The hearing will please come to order. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning, sir.
Chairman Hamilton.
Chair recognizes Mr. DeWine for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning, sir.
We're getting near the end.
Right.
I'm sure we're going to be able to conclude this morning. Mr. Secretary, let me just ask you a few broad general policy questions as we wind these hearings down to get your opinions about them and to maybe tap your years of experience in government and the cabinet. First, let me ask you about the suggestion that has been made about the possibility of having Senate confirmation of the NSC advisor, and also, as you answer that, if you could comment if you see there is a need for any kind of statutory change in the makeup of the NSC.
On Senate confirmation, Congressman, I don't know that it would make any very major difference. I think the people that the President chooses are people that he feels confident with, people whom he feels comfortable with, and that Senate confirmation would certainly be a process which would re-examine and complement perhaps the investigative process that the executive branch themselves had conducted. I think there would have been no refusal of confirmation of any of the people who've served as a national security advisor. So I wouldn't feel very strongly one way or the other about it. I wouldn't at this point see any need for any statutory changes. As I've said, I think it's important that the National Security Council staff not engage in operations. I think what you really need is essentially what we have now, and what we have now are some of the very best people that I've ever served with in government over many, many years. Frank Carlucci, General Powell, Bill Webster now at CIA. All of these are extraordinarily able, dedicated people with a very keen understanding of the relationship between the branches and with a very strong desire to serve the President, to serve him as well as they can. And so I don't see any need at this point for any statutory changes. I think we're just very fortunate now to have the kind of people in who are doing what, in my opinion, is precisely the role of the National Security Council.
All right, let me move on to another area. There have been specific and general proposals about changing the notification requirements to Congress in regard to covert activity. One proposal is that there be a specific time limit on that notification. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, not really. The requirement, I guess, at the moment is for something called timely notification. I have no problem at all with notification to a small group of leadership people. The thing that I worry about mostly are a few things that involve operational security. And we've had 3 or 4 of them recently. We have one actually underway now, of course, in the Gulf, where operational security is a major factor. There's been full notification on that, and no problems that I know have arisen from that notification. I think there's some very sensitive activities which we will have to engage in this kind of a world, and I think a limited notification to the leadership of the House and Senate or the leadership of the intelligence committees would serve both purposes. But generally speaking, I think the notification ought to be given within a short time after the conclusion is made by the President that a particular activity has to take place.
Do you have any comment, though, about writing it into the statute with a specific time certain where there would absolutely be no flexibility under any condition?
I do have problems with rigidity and inflexibility because it's so impossible to try to predict precisely the kind of operation you're going to have. And it may be that if there was a 48-hour requirement, we would, in 48 hours, be doing something very, very critical. I think timely is a perfectly good word. There can be certainly definitions of it that could narrow it down. And again, if the notification that ordinarily is given to a wide group of people, if it's appropriate to narrow down that, why then I wouldn't have any trouble really with the time. But I think anything that fixes a rigid time or an inflexible time is not a very good thing.
Mr. Secretary, my good friend Henry Hyde has proposed a bill which has obtained a number of co-sponsors, which would combine the Senate and House Intelligence Committees, cut down the number of staff, cut down the total number of people serving on that committee. Would you think that would be a good idea?
Well, viscerally, yes, but I think that, again, you would have some situations in which more staff, maybe fewer staff would be needed. But I think that anything that narrows the circle, basically, on these very sensitive activities is probably a step in the right direction, because the wider the circle, without impugning anybody's motives or morals or anything else, the wider the circle, the more the chance is that those who should not know, those whose interest is in only doing harm to the United States, ultimately do get to know. We have our free society, and we should never change a bit of it, but it does mean that we need to be extra vigilant so that we don't imperil things that have to be done in this kind of a world.
You have been very eloquent in the last few days in your testimony about the aid to the Contras. Could you specifically comment about the advantage or disadvantage of going to maybe a 2-year appropriation, a longer period of time?
I'm strongly in favor of 2-year appropriations and 2-year budgets. Our department, as you know, turned in a full-scale 2-year budget in January of this year, and I wish that there would be consideration given to both years. I wish there'd be consideration given to the first year, because what we really need is to have some kind of early determination. And if you can have a 2-year budget for all of these activities, defense, security activities, indeed for the government, I think it would be very much better. This wouldn't narrow congressional oversight. It wouldn't mean that the Congress couldn't come back and review the second year or anything of that kind. But the advantages of knowing what you have, what you can deal with, and knowing that far in advance are really enormous. You can accomplish very much greater things. You can save a lot of money. And again, we have to contrast it with the Soviet system, where 4 or 5 people in the Kremlin can decide not only how much they're going to spend, but that what they're going to do for 5 or 6 years. And sometimes I'm lucky if I know what we can do 2 weeks from now.
Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for your testimony. Also, thank you very much for your many years of service to this government.
Thank you, sir.
As we close down these hearings, at least the public phase of the hearings, or at least appear to today, it just seems to me, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, that some things are very clear. One is that we had a policy, arms to Iran, that, as you pointed out, was clearly a mistake. It was seriously not only a serious mistake to have the policy, the implementation of that policy was seriously flawed as well. It is clear also from the evidence that we have heard that there was lying and deception by officials when this story was breaking. There were, however, some good things that we can say. The Attorney General's performance in a 6-day period of time, in my opinion, while it wasn't perfect, did get the basic job done. The basic facts got out. We've learned some more facts from these hearings, but the essential facts, the diversion memo, for example, was found by Brad Reynolds of the Justice Department. I think also that the evidence is very clear that this president learned from history. And I think it's very important that that happened. This president of the United States did learn from history. He immediately, once Mr. Meese came to him with the essential facts, ordered the Attorney General to carry out the investigation, what I refer to as the quick 6-day investigation that uncovered the basic facts. The Tower Board was appointed by this president. Independent counsel was appointed. And there was clearly cooperation with Congress, and I would say unprecedented cooperation if you look at the specifics. I think it's unprecedented that a president would allow his personal diary to be looked at, that the pertinent sections of that diary could be referred to by the committee, or at least seen by the committee. I think it is also very, very unusual, as you have pointed out, that cabinet officials would be instructed by the President to come to Capitol Hill to discuss their advice to the President of the United States and to discuss further what the President said back to them. I fully understand why the President did it. I don't disagree with him, but as I pointed out earlier, and as Mr. Hyde has pointed out, and Mr. Cheney has pointed out, we've got to be careful that we state publicly this cannot be and should not be a precedent. Finally, I think one other thing that I have learned from these hearings that's been very interesting and I think necessary for us to fully understand what happened is that U.S. officials who were working in Central America, who were either down in the field or who had that as their assignment, felt what they described as a moral imperative to keep the Contras going. That does not justify some of the things that went on, but it explains it, and it allows us, I think, to have a better handle on the story and a better feel for the story, and I don't think we can fully understand that unless we understand that moral imperative they felt when the Contras, they felt, were sinking, and Congress was, in fact, not, during that period of time, giving aid. Let me close, if I could, Mr. Chairman, on a personal note. I became involved in this whole Iran situation, Iran-Contra deal back in December. I was involved because I was a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and one of my friends and colleagues came out of a hearing and made the statement that, in his opinion, the evidence was that the President knew about the diversion. I took objection to that. I objected to that, went on TV. Some people interpreted that as defending the President, and maybe in a sense it was, but that was not my specific intent. My specific intent was to say, as I did at the time, let's wait. Let's wait until we get the basic facts out. Maybe they'll show it. Maybe they'll show the President knew about the diversion. Maybe they won't show that. The evidence now, some months later, 7, 8 months later, after we've heard from hundreds of witnesses, after we've looked at thousands of documents, after we've spent several hundred hours in testimony, clearly is that the President of the United States did not know about the diversion. The evidence clearly is that the President of the United States did not authorize the diversion. In summation, there is and was no smoking gun. That's very clear after this evidence. Yes. Finally, Mr. Chairman, let me just conclude by saying this. After listening to the evidence, after hearing all of the testimony, the different witnesses that have been in front of us, I think it is clear that with very few exceptions, most of the witnesses and really most of the actors in this story were motivated by good intentions. They thought what they were doing was correct. And while this story may not reveal, may not show us very many heroes, it's equally true that it doesn't show us very many villains. Mr. Chairman, I thank you very much for the extension of the time. Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator Rudman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning, Senator.
I found your testimony very interesting in terms of your vehement opposition to this entire plan back at the time that it was first briefed to you. Kind of interesting, I don't know if, Mr. Secretary, you've seen this morning's papers, but on the front page of many of the national papers is a quotation from Mr. Rafsanjani from the Islamic Republic News Agency. It says, amongst other things, just attacking the United States and recommending retribution against us in the Gulf. This rather interesting statement, quote, "We as soldiers of God and implementers of divine principles oblige ourselves to avenge these martyrs by uprooting Saudi rulers from the region." Of course, as you know from what you've learned from the Tower Board and from these hearings, that it was Mr. Rafsanjani that was the ultimate moderate that was going to be reached by all of these negotiations. Since you have so much more experience than most of us in these matters, Mr. Secretary, if Mr. Rafsanjani is a moderate, would you like to define the word extremist for me?
How long do I have, Senator? No, that's a very good example that you've cited of the kind of people that some thought we could deal with, and we simply cannot deal with people like that.
Mr. Secretary, I am very disturbed by one section of the Tower report. I want to say at the outset that I think that the Tower Commission did an excellent job in very limited time. They, of course, did not have access to some of the key witnesses in this hearing. And it was looking at those witnesses in focus that have finally given us, I believe, a pretty complete picture of what happened. I particularly think that they were a bit premature in their judgment of certain cabinet officials. I want to just read a statement to you, which I'm sure you're familiar with. It says, given the importance of the issue and the sharp policy divergences involved, however, Secretary Shultz and Secretary Weinberger in particular distanced themselves from the march of events. Secretary Shultz specifically requested to be informed only as necessary to perform his job. Secretary Weinberger had access through intelligence to details about the operation. Their obligation was to give the President their full support and continued advice with respect to the program, or if they could not, in conscience, do that, to so inform the President. Instead, they simply distanced themselves from the program. They protected the record as to their own positions on this issue. They were not energetic in attempting to protect the President from the consequences of his personal commitment to freeing the hostages. And then it goes on, and then it concludes, finally, Director Casey, and to a lesser extent, Secretary Weinberger, should have taken it upon themselves to assess the effect of the transfer of arms and intelligence to Iran on the Iran-Iraq military balance and to transmit that information to the President. Now, as one who I'm sure shares your view that our cabinet form of government only works when you have competent, strong cabinet members who are allowed to do their jobs, and listening to all of the testimony, including yours and Secretary Shultz's, I believe that is a very unfair characterization, both as to you and as to Secretary Shultz. I wonder if you would like to respond a bit more than you have as to this particular part of that quote. Instead, they simply distanced themselves from the program, and they protected the record, and they were not energetic, etc. I wonder if you'd like to comment on that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, I would like to comment on it, Senator, and I think that's the kind of remark or the kind of conclusion that can only be drawn by people who don't have any knowledge of the facts. There was no evidence to sustain that kind of conclusion at all that I am familiar with. Nothing that the Commission talked with me about, nothing that, as far as I know, they heard, nothing that has come out in any of these hearings would sustain that conclusion. I agree with you. I think it's a very unfair characterization. It's not based on any evidence that I know of at all, and indeed it could not be if anybody had taken the trouble to explore the facts. And indeed, that is the view of the President, who, in his very generous and fair spirit, told the American public that that conclusion was exactly wrong.
Indeed, Mr. Secretary, the record, I think, shows that on each and every occasion where you were part of a group discussing this with the President, you and Secretary Shultz, and I would use the word, from what I know of this, vehemently opposed the policy.
Yes. I think that's entirely a fair characterization. Some would even use stronger language. The President might. But in any event, we did oppose it. We opposed it at every step of the way. And if the charge of distancing oneself were true, I would not have ever made any further inquiries when I first began getting the intelligence reports that led me into what the facts actually were.
And as a matter of fact, I think one of the most revealing parts of your testimony, which ought to be highlighted, it seems, at least to me, is it my understanding that some of your knowledge of this came from intelligence sources other than United States intelligence sources?
Well, they were all funneled through United States intelligence sources.
That.
Yeah, that the United States intelligence sources were based on information that they were getting from other countries.
So here we have the Secretary of Defense essentially having one of his intelligence organizations getting information in the field from foreign intelligence operations to keep him posted on matters which he obviously ought to be concerned about.
Yes, Senator Sarbanes made that point, I think, very, very fully Friday, and I agree. It is a condition which I hope never prevails again, and certainly will never in this administration.
Finally, Mr. Secretary, and I'm going to yield back my time, you said on your first morning that your memory was not as good as it once was.
No.
I'm not sure that's true, but I'm going to ask you a question that I don't think will tax your memory very much. Since you've been in the cabinet with Secretary Schultz, Secretary Schultz is Secretary of State, would you recollect for us how many other times you and Secretary Schultz strongly agreed on anything and the President went the opposite way?
Well, Secretary Schultz told me the other day that we should never agree on anything again because look what happened when we did. But we have agreed on many, many things, but I don't recall very many in which the President has gone the other way. We have usually we see eye to eye on a great many issues.
But particularly in those issues that you have agreed on strongly and, to use my word, vehemently, I can't recall of another instance that we know about in which the President said to Secretary Schultz and Secretary Weinberger, sorry, I'm going to do something else. Isn't that right?
I don't recall any other instance at the moment, no, sir.
Well, we appreciate your being here, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Senator. I do appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Foley for 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning.
Mr. Secretary, you've indicated that you did not have contemporaneous knowledge of the sale of Hawk missiles in 1985 to the Iranians.
That's correct.
You learned about it subsequently.
Yes, sir.
You have been Secretary of Defense since January 1981.
Yes, sir.
Did you know at any time prior to 1985, from 1981 to 1985, I want to set the record straight with this question, of any other sales to Iran of American weapons restricted in any way under the law?
No, sir.
You did not know of that and have not subsequently learned?
No, to the best of my knowledge, there were no others of any kind, and I hope very fervently there will never be any again.
Did you have any knowledge of any transfers of weapons by any third country prior to 1985, from 1981 to...
Not knowledge. There were some reports, but I do not have specific personal knowledge. No, sir.
Those reports had to do with transfers of American weapons by a third country?
Well, they had to do with transfers and sales of weapons from other countries, some of which contained American technology, some of which I guess were actually American weapons. This was part of what we were trying to stop with this Operation Staunch, and I did have information as I worked on that, as I talked with other countries' representatives, urging them not to make sales. We had reports, and I frequently would say, we don't know if this is accurate or not, but here are the consequences, and we hope you'll stop, and so forth.
If these reports were true, would they be in violation of American law if they had not been reported to the United States?
Yes, we have two basic rules with respect to our weapons. They cannot go to any country for any purpose except for its own self-defense, and they cannot be re-exported by that country to any other country without specific permission from the United States.
And of course that permission requires notification.
Indeed.
To your knowledge, between 1981 and 1985, prior to the weapons that were transferred that we've discussed, were there any reports by any third countries to the United States of sales or requests for permission to sell arms from Iran?
No, not requests for permission that I ever recall, but there were reports that various sales were being made, and it was this kind of thing that we were trying to stop with our Operation Staunch.
So if these sales had taken place, they would be taking place in violation of American law?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
The testimony you've given indicates that you were concerned about the possibility of a kind of blackmail that might be made against the United States by holding this information regarding Iranian arms sales as a possible threat. Is that correct?
Yes, that was one of the points I raised in some of the first meetings as to one of the consequences that might flow from this, and one of the reasons, therefore, as to why we should not do it.
This would be possible because some elements of the United States government would not be informed about the sales, and other foreign sources would know about the sales?
Yes, and that the sales were something that we were obviously trying to hold close under the President's decision, And this would be a threat to release that information, which would then give a certain amount of undesirable leverage over the United States.
Was part of your concern the fact that Congress was specifically not being informed of the sales?
No, that wasn't my concern. My concern was that we would simply be threatened with various undesirable actions and various undesirable results unless we took actions favorable to a country that had this knowledge that we would not otherwise have taken.
Wouldn't the political leverage be greater when the matter had been kept secret from the Congress?
Well, very possibly, yes, sir. I wouldn't argue that.
You've suggested in answer to questions by Mr. DeWine that you generally favor holding security information close to narrow the circle, so to speak.
Yes.
Would you agree that there is a balance, however, between restricting information and serving the interests of security?
Oh, yes.
By providing those who have a need to know or those who are required to know by law to be informed?
Yes, sir. No, I don't have any problem with that, and I certainly include the leadership of the Congress and various others within that. We do have to strike that balance all the time. Some people say we pay a price for our free society, and maybe that is true. It's whatever it is, it's worth it. But it is vital that we do everything we can to protect the lives of people that we ask to engage in very difficult and dangerous enterprises.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Secretary, that the ultimate interests of the United States were damaged in the case that we were examining, the sale of arms to Iran, by narrowing the circle to the degree that you and the Secretary of State and others in the government were denied information as to what was actually occurring?
Well, you certainly can make an argument that way, and I think the interests of the United States were damaged overall, and I think that the way to avoid that is obviously not to embark on a policy of this kind. But certainly there were more people who should have known about it at its inception than did know about it.
And in fact, I would assume that part of the concern that might arise following these hearings is some assurance that when covert action findings are made or about to be made, that there be some opportunity for principal members of the National Security Council to be aware of that.
I would at least start there, yes, sir.
The ultimate irony, I suppose, is that the President himself was cut out of the diversion of sales.
I was about to point that out, yes, sir.
You've suggested a 48-hour notification standard as possibly one that might be considered.
Yeah.
Would you agree that the present law anticipates the general practice of prior notification of the intelligence committees prior to the issuance of a fine?
I think wherever that can be done without endangering any operational security, that would be clearly preferable. There are a few instances where it might be necessary, and that's why I spoke a moment ago about being more or less against any rigid rule. There are a few instances where operational security would be better preserved with a few notice a little longer than that, a little later than that. But generally,
cases, for example, where it might be impossible due to time pressures to notify
That's right. Grenada was a very good example of that. We did notify congressional leadership, I think the Sunday night before the Tuesday that we went in. But sometimes it isn't possible to do that. Congress is an adjournment or whatever. But generally speaking, prior notification to a small group, yes. And generally speaking also, very prompt post notification as soon as that can be safely done, and it nearly always could be safely done if the group is small.
For the most part, in the absence of prior notification, consultation is difficult or impossible, is it not?
Yes.
And would you regard consultation as often a very valuable opportunity for the President?
Indeed, yes, sir. Not only because it's very useful to have the advice, and I think we need the help of everybody we can get, but I also think that it is important for the longer range success of any kind of activity, because I have frequently made the point in private meetings that we can't fight a war on two fronts. We can't fight with the enemy, whoever it may be, and we can't fight with the Congress at the same time. We need to have the United States government unified if any kind of activity is going to succeed over the long run. And we have a very different governmental system than most other countries. We deliberately divided authority and power to keep government ineffective and weak. That's what the founders had in mind, and they've succeeded to a very considerable extent, but we can work within that. But we do have to do it in a way that gets as much general acceptance of course, before we embark on it, whenever we possibly can, or as soon thereafter as we can.
You made a speech several years ago in which you outlined the uses of military power in a democracy. I think one of the truly impressive speeches of recent years. And you stressed at that time the need to have strong support for any actions the United States might take in the military area, support of the Congress and the public. Is it also true that undertakings of a more clandestine kind need to have the support of the Congress, and that the notifications, including prior notification that the statutes presently require, are an important part of maintaining that sense of confidence and comity and support?
I think without any question, sir, because you frequently with clandestine activities, which we have to do in this kind of world, you are not able to have public support. So you certainly need to have congressional understanding, congressional approval wherever it can be obtained, and that is done through consultation of the kind that we have tried to do on many of our activities.
And would you suggest that these values be kept in mind as we talk about security and restricting information?
Indeed, yes, sir. They're a critical part of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Mitchell.
Strap over your limb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Secretary, I want to ask about the transfer of tows and hawk parts to the CIA
Yes.
for sale to Iran. Several military officials, including General Powell, General Thurman, and the Army's General Counsel, Susan Crawford, have testified that the order to transfer the parts was given in such a way as to bypass the Department of Defense's usual procedures for monitoring price and for military review of transfers to the CIA. And Ms. Crawford testified that the transfers to Iran have been the only transfers made to bypass that system. My first question is, did the transfers to Iran take place in such a way as to avoid established procedures?
Senator, the only way you can answer that question is, first of all, to say that this particular transaction was not one for which established procedures were set up or contemplated, and secondly, there was no bypassing, as you put it, of any of the procedures relating to price. The pricing of the weapons was carried out in precisely the same way that it always is. But the procedures that I established much earlier, perhaps 3 years, 4 years ago, were designed for a situation in which an intelligence agency or an intelligence activity or individual assigned to intelligence would say that he had a requirement that could not be disclosed, but he needed, the reason for it couldn't be disclosed, but that he needed money or he needed the right to go buy some equipment, ship, lease a plane, something of that kind. And I found, and as a result of that, we've had a number of, few prosecutions, convictions, growing out of some earlier activities, because what was happening was that the intelligence aspects of his request were overriding any review at all. And so we instituted a situation that when an intelligence activity was contemplated or when there was a request for some kind of support, that then there would be a review of that by a number of people leading up to the vice chief of the Army staff, and that it would include members of the service as well as members of my my office and the office of the Secretary generally. That system is still in effect. and it is an important way of protecting against any abuses of the system. This was a totally different transaction. This was a transaction in which the President of the United States directed that with as small a knowledge as possible because of the safety of the hostages and the desire to preserve their any hope we had of getting them out, that these weapons should be transferred to the CIA directly.
Well,
and we did that, but there was a full review of the pricing because there was never any instruction of any kind about the price, and the price was determined in the normal fashion. Unfortunately, as we have talked out in the past, there were errors in that, but in the computation of the price. But they were, as all people who've looked at it found, innocent errors.
Well, other than price, did you tell General Powell or Deputy Secretary Taft or any other person to transfer these weapons and parts to the CIA for transfer to Iran in such a way as to avoid otherwise applicable procedures?
We didn't tell them specifically to do it to avoid otherwise applicable procedures. What we told them was exactly the information that I had heard and the orders I had received, and that was to transfer them with the smallest number of circle of people being involved as possible, and to do it by a direct transfer for value to the CIA. And I insisted on the for value part because that was a critical part of the Economy Act.
But then is it fair to say that one effect of doing it in that manner was to avoid otherwise applicable procedures?
The otherwise applicable procedures weren't used, but it wasn't done deliberately to avoid anything. But those procedures were not used because this was a case that was, in a sense, completely outside the rationale and the basis for those other procedures. Yes, sir.
It had another objective, I understand that, but one of the effects was that the procedures established were not used, as you say, this was for another purpose, another reason.
Yes, one of the effects was that the procedures weren't used, and that was the natural consequence of the direction to do it with the smallest number of people involved.
Right. Now, I'd like to go to another topic. We've heard a lot of testimony, and there's been a great deal of discussion over the extent to which the Iran initiative did or did not involve an exchange of arms for hostages. And the issue I'd like to raise briefly with you is whether the President would have sold arms to Iran if the sole purpose of the initiative was to open up a strategic dialogue with Iran, or whether weapons were ultimately included because they were necessary to obtain the release of hostages. Now, in June of 1985, UN Secretary Shultz received the National Security Decision Directive, which proposed an opening to Iran. That's the directive that contemplates providing Iran with military equipment, but it makes no mention of hostages. Right. And that's the directive of which you wrote, "This is almost too absurd to comment on." Now later, however, hostages did become part of the discussion. Exhibit 20 in your book is a memorandum for the President dated January 17, 1986, prepared by Admiral Poindexter to explain the basis for the finding to be signed by the President authorizing the sale of weapons to Iran. And on the second page of that memorandum, down near the bottom, it describes the weapons to be transferred to Iran. And then it reads, and I quote Admiral Poindexter's memorandum to the President, "If all of the hostages are not released after the first shipment of 1,000 weapons, further transfers would cease." This seems to clearly state that there would be a transfer of weapons to Iran, following which it was anticipated that all of the hostages would be released. And if they were not released, there would be no more weapons transferred to Iran. And your notes of the November 10th meeting with the President show that you had understood that the arms sales would continue only if the hostages were released. You recall that's Exhibit 28 of your record of meeting in the Oval Office with the President and others on November 10th.
Not 1986.
1986,
yes,
right,
sir.
November 10th, 1986. And at the top of page 2 of your notes, the first full paragraph reads, "I reminded John that he had always told me that there would be no more weapons sent to Iran after the first 500 tows until after all of the hostages were returned. But unfortunately, we did send a second 500 because it seemed the only way to get the hostages out, according to Poindexter. And indeed, in your notes, you underline the words "after all,"
Yes.
preceding of the hostages. Now, let me first ask you, you and Admiral Poindexter had that exchange at that meeting. Did anybody dispute or disagree with that characterization as you set it forth here?
No, sir, I don't believe so. But, Senator, we also had that discussion throughout most of the year after the January 17th or 18th, whenever it was, decision to go ahead with it, between then and the November meeting. But yes, the answer to your question is no. No one that I heard at the meeting disputed that.
Disputed that.
No.
Well, the conclusion I draw from this is the following, and I'm going to state it and then ask you to comment on it, that the goal of opening up a dialogue with Iran, given its strategic importance, was a valid one, which the President might have pursued quite apart from any desire to free hostages. But the use of weapons given or sold to the government of Iran, a country which has condoned and promoted terrorism, and which for several years has been virulently anti-American, would never have been approved by the President except as a means to obtain the release of hostages. And I say that because the record, as I've just described, it seems clear. First, arms shipments were rejected when hostages were not involved. Second, the January 17th memorandum from Admiral Poindexter to the President explaining the first finding explicitly says that arms shipments will cease unless the hostages are released. And finally, your exchange with Admiral Poindexter at the November 10th meeting confirms what you and he had been saying throughout that year, and the understanding was that there would be a shipment of arms to Iran. It was anticipated that all hostages would then be released, and if they were not, then there were to be no further shipment of arms to Iran. Let me ask whether if you care to comment on that conclusion.
Well, Senator, that conclusion involves an assumption that I know everything that motivated the President in making this decision, and I don't. But I never heard the President talk about this at any of the meetings we've described or any other time without tying the two together. And that one of the ways of trying to get this better opening with Iran, one of the things I disagreed with that we could do, was to demonstrate the good faith of the representatives of the United States in discussing it, and that would involve transfers of some of the weapons. There's no question whatever that one of the factors motivating the President was the return of the hostages. This is something that underlies all of his conversation, and as I've said, the President is a very compassionate, humane man, and the fate of the hostages is a continual source of deep worry to him as it is to all of us. And so clearly that was one of the motives. But I never heard him talk about this but with reference only to the hostages, or the arms part of it, only to the hostages. There was always this other motive with which I, frank to say, I disagreed with, but it was always there.
Mr. Chairman, may I have just one more moment to conclude this line of questioning? Well, I just note, it couldn't possibly be clearer in your note. I reminded John that he had always told me that there would be no more weapons sent to Iran after the first 500 tows until after all of the hostages were returned. But unfortunately, we did send a second 500 because it seemed the only way to get the hostages out, according to Poindexter. 3 days later, the President addressed the nation and said that there were no arms for hostages. This was stated in the President's presence, as you've just noted, and there was no disagreement. Did that concern you, the President's address to the nation, in which he very emphatically stated and repeated, indeed, that there were no arms for hostages, when it seems inescapable from this discussion that that was at least a part of the transaction?
This was a discussion that I had with Admiral Poindexter, right. And the background of that was, as you pointed out, but the first 500 that I was talking about was a 500 that related to this idea of trying to show the good faith of our emissaries and negotiators and so forth. I violently disagreed with that. But that was the basic motive for that first one.
Right.
I can't characterize what was in anybody's mind, but I know that there was that both of those elements, both of those motives, were always mentioned together in any discussion I ever had with the President about it.
Well, I'll conclude with the most important question. Are you going to get to spend some of August at your home in Maine?
I hope so, Senator, yes.
Well, good luck.
You are planning to finish today, aren't you?
Well, we are. Perhaps we'll run across you up at Soame Sound this
I
summer.
hope so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rodino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, you've testified that you were seriously concerned that the President wasn't getting accurate information about the intelligence information that was being given to him concerning the Iran-Iraq war and about the balance of that conflict. And I recall, however, that at the November 10th, 1986 meeting in the White House, at which you were also present, and this meeting was called to discuss how to deal with the press in the event the story broke about selling arms to Iran, Don Reagan's notes reflect that the President stated, and I quote, "Side with military superiority will win. We want to have things even. This helps Iran, which was weaker." Was that statement correct at that time?
Well, Mr. Rodino, I made notes of the meeting after I got back as best I could recall them. I do not recall a discussion about that aspect of it at the meeting. Don Regan frequently would be with the President before and stayed afterwards, and it's conceivable that his notes may have reflected something of that kind, or it's perfectly conceivable that it may have reflected something at the meeting which I didn't make notes on. I don't take shorthand, and that may have been the something that was said while I was making notes of a previous sentence. I do not recall that particular subject coming up. Had it come up, I would have disputed it very strongly, because I never felt that Iran was losing the war or was weaker. Indeed, one of the points I made in the comment I made on the original suggestion of this back in June or July of '85 was that one of the things seemed to me to be absurd for a number of reasons, but one was that it was based on some assumption that Iran was about to fall, and that I thought this was absolute nonsense. It was totally contrary to all of the other information and intelligence I had with respect to the relative strength of the forces and so on, particularly given Iraq's obvious intentions. Iraq has said and virtually has acted for a long time as if they do not want to win the war militarily. They're trying to get some kind of negotiated end to it. They have not used their air superiority, for example, in a way that would indicate that they plan to win the war. And so they also have a much smaller population base, something like, I don't know, 42 million to 11 million people. And the Iranians also use these children in their assault waves, 13, 14, 15-year-old children. And that gives them an enormous military advantage, and it's a ghastly way they operate, but that's the way they do things. And so from every point of view, there wasn't the slightest suggestion that I had ever heard that Iran was about to fall. And I'm quite sure that if I had heard that at that meeting, I would have contemplated. This is not to say it didn't take place, but I don't have it in my notes. Don Regan does, and I'm sure that therefore, at some point, this point was made.
In other words, you're stating you don't recollect
I do
whether
not.
or not
Yeah.
that was an issue at that time.
No,
whether
sir,
or not
but there
the
were
intelligence was accurate or not.
All the intelligence reports I had, except the one report that was attached to the June '85 memorandum, were the other way. It was stalemated. Basically, the conclusion was it was stalemated, but there was never any slight suggestion that Iran would fall. There were always a lot of people who thought the government was going to change in Iran, and that would bring about a change. I don't see any slight possibility of that myself.
On November the 25th, Attorney General Meese at his press conference on that day, among some of the things he stated, concluded that, but after hearing all of the arguments pro and con, the President decided that the potential for achieving the goals of effecting peace in the Middle East, helping secure that area, stopping a war, and obtaining our hostages was worth the risks involved. Would you have agreed with that premise that those goals could have been achieved by selling arms to Iran?
Well, I think that Mr. Meese's statement is a fair summary of what was the conclusion the President reached. That is to say that he did take into account all of these various things, but as I say, I differed with the conclusion. But I think those are the things that motivated the President.
You were correct. You were proven correct in your own conclusions when you made your statement that the whole idea was too absurd to comment.
Well, the President was generous and kind enough to say that later on, yes, sir. But I don't think anyone could fault the motives of the President.
I know we don't. I just hope that he had shared your same crystal ball.
Well,
We might have avoided all of this.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you one other question, and that is to make a comment, if you will. Don Regan, when he appeared here, as one of the suggestions which might be helpful in the conduct of covert activities, recommended that the committee consider bringing in the circle, the counsel to the President. What do you think of that suggestion?
Well, I think, again, that's I think that's a good suggestion. I think it largely depends on how the President utilizes his White House counsel. Some do this in a way that is very much like a personal attorney. Other presidents simply refer very specific legal issues and nothing else to them. It would largely depend on the way in which a particular president utilized his White House counsel.
Well, thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Secretary. I want to commend you for your testimony and for the vigorous arguments you've made, and I think that
Thank you, sir.
so long as we have that kind of a public servant, at least we're able to evaluate that kind of debate and hopefully come out with the right decisions.
Well, you're very generous. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brooks.
Chairman. Thank you very much. And Mr. Secretary, first I want to commend you on your good common sense in saying that this whole idea was absurd, selling those arms over there to the terrorists. I think it indicates that basically you have, as usual, good judgment, while we have not always agreed on a lot of matters. I certainly thought you were right in that, and if they had listened to you, we wouldn't be here today. And Ms. Crawford wouldn't be sitting there behind you, keeping a close eye on everything.
Thank you, sir.
The foreign military sales program itself, you know, has some serious implications for our foreign policy and our defense policy. And you know that the House Government Operations had a long interest in it. We've had some hearings, issued some reports concerned about whether the Defense Department was administering the program properly, and we found that often we don't get the full cost back. We found that there's $600 million unaccounted for or missing in that program. You hear the critics accuse Congress of trying to micromanage the Defense Department or some other department. But in order to avoid that, it's common practice to have reasonable thresholds which give agencies flexibility and eliminate some reporting requirements. Makes it a little simpler operation, expedites it. And you use that purpose in the department for delegating purchasing authority at various management levels. But it's necessary that the employees administering those, Mr. Secretary, are going to have to honor the thresholds in good faith and not manipulate them by juggling the books.
That's right.
Now, do you have any idea why the CIA paid the Defense Department for those TOW missiles that went to Iran in a series of 5 checks, each in the interesting amount of $999,999. Each check was 999,999, period, 00, 5 of them.
No, sir, I didn't know that until right now. I assume your statement is correct, but I have not seen any of that kind. We have records of the total payments of the CIA. They were made, so far as I know, in the ordinary course of business. That kind of check in that amount wouldn't have served any particular purpose because the threshold for notifying the Congress was much higher than that. But there was no intention to do anything other than to get the fair market value for these weapons that we transferred to the CIA under the Economy Act.
But Cap, the Defense Department has a higher level, but the $1 million threshold reporting requirement in this case applied to the CIA.
I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. They have a $1 million threshold reporting requirement. And what the DOD did, in effect, was, I don't know, what did you bill them? Do you know what they billed them for?
Yes, we have the evidence.
$5 or $6 million?
We billed them as, for one thing, Congressman, we have a rule that we can't make any transfer until we have a certification that the funding is available. We have a lamentable lack of trust in everybody, so that we ask to have the certification of availability of funds. Those were in various amounts, and I can't put my finger on right here, but they're in the book. But they were something like one was $1.5 million, another was $3.2 million, something of that kind. When we added it all up, we believe that because of our own errors in using the wrong items in the catalog, the wrong model number for the tows, and not figuring the shipping charges correctly and the handling charges and all of that, that we underbilled by about $2.5 million. The Comptroller General, the General Accounting Office, said, no, you underbilled about $2.1 million. And we have a claim in, because we're using our figures, we have a claim in to the CIA for $2.5 million. And we have every reason to believe we'll collect it.
You see, what worries me is that, do you think there's any obligation on the part of the Defense Department people, the administrative people that work for you, to think something might be amiss if they get a check for $999,999 and get 5 of them in a row? It looks like you're sending up signals that something is a little fishy here.
Pretty clumsy way to operate. I did not have any knowledge of that until you mentioned it this morning, that was the way payment received. I have seen only the cumulative totals, and we had the certification that the funds were available before we transferred the weapon.
I understand. You got your certification, and then you got the total numbers, so you were out of it. But I'm just saying, I think that perhaps you ought to suggest to people in the Defense Department, when they get checks like that, it makes sense to take a look at them, and why are we doing this, and why are we, at least if we're not in collusion with them, why are we facilitating the evasion of the simple law?
I did not know the reporting threshold of the CIA, and I did not know that we received the payments in that form. My interest was to get full payment, full value for the weapons transferred to the CIA, because those are the requirements of the Economy Act.
Well, they just didn't tell you because your staff did know. And in Exhibit 21, it's very clear that the transfer of $1 million by the intelligence agency is reporting requirement form. You just glance at that and you'll see that that is true.
Yes, that's the opinion of the Army's General Counsel, and I did not see this.
That's right. It's understandable that you didn't, but you ought to encourage Ms. Crawford, to tell all those people when they find those kind, to bring it to the council's attention and see why we're facilitating that evasion of a clear congressional intent.
You can consider that notification will go out sometime close to noon today.
And the reason I ask this is because that's perfect. You know that reporting thresholds, if they're not implemented in good faith, it encourages Congress just to set the thresholds at 0, report them all. And the Defense Department, as you say now, can have a place and have a policy for making sure that the reporting thresholds are implemented properly and that we don't get sucked into cooperating with one of these agencies that's beating the rap, that is not filing, paying you in odd checks to just get right under that threshold. Well, I want to thank you for that new directive, and I think it will be helpful. And I appreciate your coming down here, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, morning. Secretary, I want to come back to a line of questioning that Chairman Rodino raised a few minutes ago, and I'll try to cut it short because you've already gone into this a couple of times, but it still bothers me. In your testimony on opening day, you were asked by counsel a question, was it the view of the Department of Defense that Iran had a deteriorating position in the war with Iraq? Your answer, quoting, no, quite to the contrary, it wasn't my position or anybody's opinion that I talked to, end quote. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, on January 16th, 1986, Admiral Poindexter sent the President a cover sheet with the finding, and in that cover sheet he cited the Israeli position that Iran's military position was deteriorating. You remember going into that. That was the prelude to the question I just quoted.
Yes. What is the number of that, Senator?
I don't have that reference, but I'm not going to go into any great detail on it. I just wanted to allude to that. The Admiral Poindexter testified, without trying to quote his exact words, but he testified that he had the opinion that the Israeli position was the correct position. He also testified that Director Casey had that opinion. So Director Casey, according to Admiral Poindexter, and Admiral Poindexter had an opinion that was exactly the opposite of your opinion. Now, my understanding of every other agency in government is that they shared your opinion. The intelligence community, the State Department, the Interagency Task Force, as of January of '86, every other agency shared your opinion. My question to you is, did you talk to Admiral Poindexter or to Director Casey ever about this, and did you understand that you both had such diametrically opposed views?
No, sir, I can't say that we did. I to this moment cannot recall Admiral Poindexter or Mr. Casey stating that as their own view, that was the way that they felt Iran was in a deteriorating situation or might lose or anything of that kind. I don't see how anyone could have held that. They may have been relating the Israeli intelligence view, but they also related the strong Israeli desire to participate in one way or another in some of the activities that we're talking about here. But they don't. But I don't recall them ever stating in my hearing, and I obviously don't recall anybody else, because all of the briefings I had every day, every morning, the summaries, the various orders of battle, the correlation of forces, whatever you want to call them, always showed that there was a very large Iranian basic advantage, not only because of their huge population base, but in every way except in the air. The Iraqis had clear air superiority. But the Iranians have a degree of fanaticism and a willingness to use these children and things of that kind that could give them a major, rather horrible ground advantage. And the situation was basically stalemated, but there wasn't the slightest suggestion of any offensive activity by the Iraqis or anything of the kind that I ever came across that would indicate anything of that sort. And that's why I was so caustic, if you like, in that comment about the proposed NSDD that came around in June of '85.
Well, I agree with you completely. Does it bother you that here the President of the United States signs a finding in January of '86 that is premised on information that is totally wrong as far as the assessment of the United States
Well,
government?
I didn't know about that finding, and there are lots of things about that finding that bother me, and that certainly is one of them, yes.
Do you believe there were any other policies like that, not necessarily related to this, where the President was making a decision based on Admiral Poindexter's advice, which was directly contrary to the opinion of the rest of the government?
No, I don't. I don't know of any other finding that was made or has been made, and since Mr. Carlucci has been there's been a very thorough review of all findings, past and present, and I'm positive that there's been nothing of that kind. This is usually a very careful process, Senator, and you don't, a presidential finding is not lightly made ordinarily.
I agree. And you say you don't recall the November 10th, '86
No.
meeting where Don Regan's note showed that the President himself said that we want to have things even, this helps Iran, which was weaker. You don't recall that
No,
at all?
I don't. I was at that meeting. I made notes of it. That does not appear in my set of notes, but I don't have any memory of that conversation or that subject being raised.
If you had heard that, would you have voiced your objection at that point?
Yeah, because that was anything that was just directly contrary to what you believed. I would certainly have taken the point up. One is not shy about presenting views that seemed to me would be in opposition to what I thought was something that was clearly wrong.
Mr. Secretary, did you ever give the President a net assessment as to the effect of these arms sales to Iran on the balance between Iran and Iraq, or the balance in the region?
We went into that on Friday, and a net assessment is a technical term, and I did not give a net assessment in the technical term, which would require asking the net assessment people and waiting a year or so for their conclusions and so on. What I did, however, do was to emphasize the fact that these were obsolete weapons and the TOWs, and that our stocks were perfectly sufficient, and that none of this contravened or changed my basic feeling that we shouldn't send these weapons. But I think that there was a very minor, short discussion of whether or not there was any, would be any effect on the military balance. And my own feeling then, as far as I can remember it now is that it did not have any effect on the military balance.
Let me give you a hypothetical here, and you don't need a lawyer there, and you don't have one to tell you this is a hypothetical question, but it is, and I'll tell you in advance. If this had never come out, if there had been no leak in the Middle East papers, no hearings, no nothing, would you, under the present conditions in the Persian Gulf, which we read about daily, would you feel that at this stage it would be necessary to share with Admiral Crowe and the chiefs the knowledge that we had sold spare parts for Hawks and that the Iranians had an ability to make their Hawk missiles operative against U.S. or other aircraft?
Well, your latter assumption, it's a hypothetical question, of course, and the press will tell you I never answer hypothetical questions, but your latter assumption, I think, Senator, is not correct. This wasn't to make the Hawks operational. The Hawks they had were operational. These were spare parts for the ground systems, the ground control, ground support, ground maintenance systems. It was not necessary to make them operational. They were operational, but they obviously needed and wanted some spare parts.
They obviously wanted them to operate better, or they wouldn't need any material from us.
Well, you want to have, wherever you use any of these systems, you want to have spares, and that's what they wanted. They wanted them very urgently, but they didn't need them, as far as I understand it, to make.
Well, I guess my question, to make it short, is would you believe under the present circumstances the chairman of the Joint Chiefs should be told?
Oh, yes, I don't have any problem with that, and he was told.
When?
I think sometime, can't remember the exact date, sometime probably in July or August of '86, somewhere in there perhaps. I can't remember the exact date.
Did you tell him, or did he get this from other sources?
He asked about it. He'd heard reports and asked, and I told him.
You told him at that stage?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, question and quoting a news article in the Philadelphia Inquirer dated July 26, 1987, and I quote from that article, quote, U.S. Army helicopter crews opened fire on entrenched Nicaraguan troops with rockets and machine guns twice in 1984, after ferrying Navy SEAL Team commandos into the country on sabotage missions, end quote. Have you read that article?
No, I have not.
Has it come to your attention?
No, it has not.
Would you comment on it?
It's patently untrue.
Untrue?
As far as I'm concerned, yes, totally untrue. It would
Thank
not be the first one, but it is untrue.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I have any other time, I yield it back. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
The chair recognizes Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Weinberger.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Secretary, Secretary Schultz testified before our committee. One of the problems that he saw in the Iran initiative was the CIA involvement in policy. He made a very strong statement to the effect that policy should be separated from intelligence. Do you share that view?
Generally, yes. I think that they're very broad terms, but I think that the intelligence analysis should come from people whose task it is to do that, and that they should produce that intelligence and those analyses based on a impartial and objective study of all the available material. And I think that's essentially what we're getting. As I said on Friday, I have very high regard for the CIA analysis and for the DIA analysis, and I think we're very well served by it. But I think it should be divorced from policy, certainly, in that broad sense of the term, yes.
Let me ask you this. Do you see any conflict between the CIA director sitting as a policy advisor within the National Security Council? In other words, say between the two models, the present one where the Director of Central Intelligence is not a member of the Cabinet, and the model that we had under Mr. Casey, where he is, which is preferable?
Well, Congressman, member of the Cabinet is kind of a basically loose term. I don't see any way in which the intelligence advice that is requested by a president of anyone, whether he attends Cabinet meetings or doesn't attend Cabinet meetings, is not going to require some discussion of policy matters. You simply can't have the kind of relationship with the head of your Director of Central Intelligence, I think, as President or as a member of the Security Council, if you don't turn to them and ask for what their analysis shows, and inevitably there is some subjective opinion type of comment that comes into that kind of discussion. Bill Casey was a very close personal friend of the President, did sit as a member of the Cabinet at all the Cabinet meetings, but I don't recall his offering general opinions on matters that didn't derive from his intelligence analysis. He had a lot of conversation with the President when I wasn't there, and I have no idea what took place. He was an old friend, and I don't think that friendship should disqualify anybody from serving the government or the President. But basically, I think that Bill Webster, of course, is a person for whom I have very great admiration and who has done a great job in all of the difficult assignments he's had over the years. I think the main thing is that the analysis should be objective, as I think it is now. It should be done by professionals. It should represent their best conclusions on the result of everything that they can secure from every source and evaluate the source. And then I think that ought to be presented to the President in distilled form, and that the President then uses that in making up his own mind. In the course of that, he is very likely to ask for opinions of people, opinions of Bill Casey or of Bill Webster, based on their general experience. It's very hard to separate out and say that you must never, as a CIA or Director of Central Intelligence man, you must never discuss policy. I don't think you can make quite that fine a line, but as long as the clear, objective, impartial analysis is given to the President, and that he makes up his own mind on the basis of that, I don't object to his supplementing that by discussions of a formal or informal nature with the DCI. I don't see how you can really avoid it. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can in stating to you what I think about this.
I appreciate that very much. Mr. Secretary, you have in your testimony occasionally referred to intelligence reports which related to the Iranian initiative.
Yes.
I wonder if you also received an impression that was formed by those of us within this committee who have reviewed the intelligence relating to this initiative, that what it reflects is repeated concern by the Iranians about the prices that they were being charged for weapons that we were selling to them. Did your intelligence reports reflect that?
I didn't see an awful lot about pricing during that time. Again, it's hard to say who the Iranians were. There were so many shadowy figures that moved in and out of some of these reports using all kinds of aliases and false names and initials and all the rest. Probably there were some. I remember one anguished plea in one of the reports to the effect that the agent said he would be assassinated if he didn't get some of the money back that he had advanced or something of that kind. But I recall very little discussion of pricing. The problem seemed to be meetings and clearly negotiations going on between what were described as high-level American officials and clearly discussions of how deliveries would take place and how they could expect them, and that they would insist on deliveries here before they did anything else, and so on and so forth. But I frankly don't recall a great deal about pricing in those reports.
Mr. Secretary, our committee heard testimony from Lieutenant Colonel North about the desirability of what he called an off-the-shelf, outside-the-system covert capability with rapid response capability, a central pool of ready funds, and the conduct of covert activities. In his testimony before the committee on July 15th, Admiral Poindexter, in response to a question from Mr. Lyman, said, and I quote him, "I'm saying that a private organization, properly approved, using non-appropriated funds in an approved sort of way, may be a solution to the problem," close quotes. My question to you, Mr. Secretary, is this: is a private organization using non-appropriated funds a solution to any problem of which you are aware concerning covert activities? That is, do you agree with the Admiral and the Colonel on this type of thing?
No, I do not.
Tell us why.
Well, I don't think that, I think part of the problem has been exemplified in the last 3 months here. I think that what you need is to have a proper degree of official oversight. I am not in favor of unofficial private people carrying out governmental activities. I think they're always subject to the worry that they will get engaged in things that are not subject to proper accountability. I've talked earlier this morning about how there are many things we do where the circle has to be kept narrow and the circumference very limited of people who do know because of the operational security and the objectives of a particular activity, and we have to do those kinds of activities. But I think it's all the more important for those to have proper accountability, and certainly where the use of funds are concerned, then I think that that becomes very much more critical, because there are always additional temptations and so on. This was the root of the problems that led to the establishment within our department of the specific review procedures that I spoke about a moment ago.
Mr. Secretary, I just want to make an observation, and before I do so, I just want to join with my colleagues on this panel in expressing our appreciation to you for your appearance here. I've known you for many years, yes, and I have great respect and great admiration for you.
Thank you, sir.
But I think as the closing public witness in these hearings, I just want to make a brief observation, and that is I think that the American people have been told a very astonishing story. We've been told that not only the President, but 6 or 7 of the most powerful men in the United States government were ignorant of the secret diversion of profits to the Contras from the sale of arms to Iran. We're told that the President, Ronald Reagan, did not know. We're told that Vice President George Bush did not know. We're told the Secretary of State, George Shultz, did not know. We are told that you, the Secretary of Defense, Mr. Weinberger, did not know. We're told that the Attorney General, Edmund Meese, did not know. We're told the White House Chief of Staff, Donald Reagan, did not know. And except for the word of Oliver North, we're told that the CIA Director, William Casey, did not know. It just seems to me that something is indeed terribly wrong when a Lieutenant Colonel, Oliver North, and a Vice Admiral, John Poindexter, can conduct military and foreign policy in the White House without the knowledge or approval of 7 of the most powerful men in the United States government. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Weinberger.
Mr. McCollum is recognized for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, we certainly appreciate all this time that you're spending over here with us, and I know it's going to be over shortly, but I'd like for you to look with me before we get very much further at one of the exhibits, Exhibit 28, that you've referred to a number of times. That's your memoranda detailing the meeting of November 10, 1986. Yes. On page 2 of that memoranda, in the last paragraph on the bottom, about middle way, or maybe a sentence or two in it, it starts, there's a line that starts, Mr. Schultz spoke up for the first time. Do you see that in the memoranda?
Yes, sir.
Would you read for us that sentence and the following two?
Mr. Schultz spoke up for the first time, saying it is the responsibility of government to look after its citizens, but once you do deal for hostages, you expose everyone to future capture. He said, we don't know, but we have to assume the captors will get someone. Is that what you want to read?
I wanted you to read that also when you read the next sentence.
He said he felt the Israelis had sucked us up into their operation so that we could not object to their sales to Iran. He pointed out that there will be a lot of questions after any statement, even after a statement such as Mr. Casey proposed to read.
Do you agree with those views expressed there? Do you share those views?
Well, I don't have any basis really for agreeing or disagreeing. I know that one of the arguments that was made every time this was presented by Mr. McFarlane and others was that basically the Israelis liked the idea and wanted us to do it. Mr. Kimke or somebody was referred to as the authority on the subject, and that may have been what Mr. Schultz was referring to.
Mr. Secretary, I want to change the subject to something that Senator Sarbanes raised with you on Friday. On Friday, he questioned you about alternatives to the Iranian arms initiative. He questioned you in light of the fact that during earlier testimony, Admiral Poindexter had stated that you and Secretary Schultz had neither one offered any alternatives to the Iranian initiative to get our hostages back. And as I recall your testimony Friday in response to Senator Sarbanes' questions, you said that you did offer alternatives and that Admiral Poindexter was wrong, and that you had discussed those alternatives at your deposition, but you felt it was too sensitive to discuss them at public. Is that generally correct?
That is absolutely correct. Yes, sir.
I would like to have that opportunity to discuss with you more about it, and I'd like to point out to the chair, I'm going to ask some questions that I don't think will be a problem. I don't want to ask him about the operation here in public. I know you're sensitive to that. But I went back and looked at your deposition, and the unfortunate part of it is that during the course of it, when you apparently discussed it, you went off the record, and nobody recorded it in executive session or otherwise. I guess they thought it was that sensitive and they didn't have approval.
Well, we asked that it be entirely a closed matter, but I will be glad to discuss it with you in private or however you'd like to do it.
Well, the reason I'm raising it, and I will pursue it further, Mr. Chairman, I really would hope that we could at least, if we can't get an executive session with Secretary Weinberger, have the opportunity of having a deposition down the road before we close our hearings so that we can put this on the record formally somewhere, because the alternatives are not. Mr. Chairman, is there a chance of doing that? I don't know what the time constraints are.
We can arrange that, Mr. McCollum.
Thank you very much. Now, keeping within the bounds of that, again, I don't want to request you to divulge things that you shouldn't here publicly. I would like to know, in the suggestions that you were making, the alternatives you were giving, did you present those directly to the President?
I really would prefer to discuss the whole matter in private.
I understand that, Mr. Secretary, but I don't think that I'm not going to go into the alternatives.
They were discussed in a very small circle, and yes, they were presented to the President.
I think that's an important thing for the public to know. I'm not going to ask anything that would go into the operational details in any way, but I think the public needs to know some of these things. Was the President's response favorable to your suggestions?
Well, again, we're really getting into a point where, Mr. Chairman, I would really be perfectly happy to talk in closed session about this matter, as I did in my deposition, but I do think that it is not a matter which in any of its outlined or details or even broad general outlines should be discussed in public.
Mr. Secretary,
It was an alternative, and I'll be glad to discuss it as freely as you wish, as long as we can have the assurance that it is indeed a closed session and a narrow circle, as I've been saying.
it will be so arranged, sir.
Well, I will leave that. I don't want to press beyond that. The Secretary and the Chairman have indicated it, but I do want to talk about it. Let me go into another area that's tangential to this. Mr. McFarland testified before us that 90% of the reason why we didn't try a hostage rescue during this time was because we didn't have sufficient intelligence. Colonel North and others have testified time and again that we did not have the human intelligence capability to know at any time where the hostages were in Lebanon. I don't know how sensitive that is. They didn't find it sensitive. They've testified to that effect, and I think some public response, whatever you can tell us today, with regard to your opinion on that would be helpful, because so many people have said we just couldn't locate these folks. We didn't have the capability, and one of the things we've been requested to do by a number of witnesses is to do something about beefing up our intelligence over there in the Middle East. What do you feel comfortable discussing, and what can you tell us about our ability to have the intelligence to have a rescue operation?
Well, Mr. McCollum, I think the very phrasing of your question would indicate clearly to you, it should, that that's not a question which can be discussed in public, and I would only say that it is not the only disagreement I have with Mr. McFarland.
That's fair enough. I want to call your attention to a memorandum that I have in my possession. If I could have this carried down to Secretary Weinberger, if I could. This memorandum I would not bring to your attention here, but for the fact that I think that we need to get it out, need to get it discussed in some way, deals with the special operations problems we've been having and various discussions that have been ongoing. And in testimony here before our committee, there have been a number of inquiries made with regard to the status of our special operations forces, their capabilities, and so on. And it is a concern to a number of the members on this panel. It's my impression, and it may not be correct, but it's my impression that members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and others down at the Department of Defense are not very enthusiastic about beefing up special operations. This memorandum I just gave you is a copy of what is purported to have been from Assistant Secretary of Defense for Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence, Mr. Latham, to your Deputy Secretary of Defense regarding this subject. I know he's recently retired or is in the process of doing that. And some of these comments in here seem to be disturbing to me, and I would like to get your opinion about them. I don't know if you've ever seen this memorandum yourself.
No, I have not, but frequently I get my mail in this way, and I'll be glad to,
I understand
glad to look it over.
I just had it called to my attention today, so I would have brought it to you another way. In the first paragraph, I'm going to walk a few things through with you because you have not had a chance to see it before. Mr. Latham says, unfortunately, we lack an overall strategy, this is the second sentence, that can be internally agreed upon by OSD, JCS, and the services. And he's talking there about an overall strategy for special operations. He goes on to discuss, and I don't think we need to read it all, the problems that have been encountered in the implementation of amendments to the Department of Defense Reorganization Act, referring, I'm sure, to the creation of the new Assistant Secretary for Defense and other related matters to get special operations and low intensity off the ground. I'd like for you to read, and I think it's important to my question, if you'd read to us and, of course, to yourself, the second paragraph. It's just a couple of sentences long, where it begins, many people within DOD.
Many people within DOD, says this memorandum, consider the amendments which have now been enacted into law onerous, and therefore implementation has not only been slow, but almost non-existent. This, again, he's reporting what many people, not naming them, feel. My office and OSD-ISA have been trying to establish Program 11 and to define a budget authority for SINC-SOCOM that satisfies the clear intent of a Congress without adversely affecting the service's programs. Budget authority has now become bogged down within OSD. and will probably not be resolved until the fall. He's talking about the failure of Congress to enact a budget, almost a year after the amendments have become law. Even then, the DOD actions may be consistent with the letter of the law, but not with the intent of the Congress. I sense increasing frustration on the part of Congress and believe that more draconian legislation is on its way.
Mr. Secretary, obviously this expresses from someone within your administration who's now retired or retiring and very close to the subject, the same kind of concerns that some of us have had all along, that despite the fact that you've expressed strong support for this concept, and despite the fact that many of us have worked diligently to beef up special operations and have not, frankly, tried to impose something on anyone, but wanted to do it cooperatively, that there is resistance within that's still very strong to even implementing anything within your own department. I wondered if you could comment on to us about this, what we might expect. Do you feel this resistance is being overcome? What can we expect from all of this down there?
Well, I think what you have to bear in mind is that what Mr. Latham is reporting here is a perception that some people have, a perception that some people in the Congress have, and frequently perceptions are not correct. What we have done with the Special Operations Forces is to organize the new command. We have a general in charge. We would have an assistant secretary if the confirmation had not been delayed for 4 months. And we are doing, I think, everything that is required to be done and everything that's important to do to strengthen the special operations capability of the department. It is already strong. And we are doing the organizational changes that the Congress wanted very rapidly. In fact, I think they're pretty well completed. But we do not yet have the Assistant Secretary because there's been no confirmation of that officer, the nominee of the President. But we do have a commanding general, and we have a number of the forces that are required to be a part of that directly under his command. I have regular meetings with him. And I think that we're moving along very much along the lines that the Congress wanted, but there are always going to be people who have perceptions the other way.
Mr. Secretary, my time has expired, but I'd just like to comment to wrap up why I asked you these questions. It is apparent to me, and I think any members who've been listening for all these many weeks, that we wouldn't have been into this situation if the President had, first of all, followed your advice. But secondly, I don't think we would be here today if those involved in the varying operational aspects of this, whether it was at National Security Council or elsewhere, had confidence and had urged on the President whatever options you may have presented to him with regard to alternative efforts to get our hostages back. And I think that lack of confidence in whatever alternatives there may be that we discuss in some executive session has to go back in part to this kind of thing. The fact that we've been stalled on special operations, the fact there have been people down at your department who've been not very happy with that idea over the years, and the fact that we indeed have not gotten the kind of trust among ourselves in this area that is necessary for us to have the kind of support activity to present to the President in a way that he can accept. And that just goes hand in hand with the lack of trust situation for leaks and all the other things that have gone on. So I think it's important, and that's why I've raised it with you today. I have great respect for you, and I know how much you believe in this, but I did think that it was important for us to put this in perspective on our record, and I do appreciate your indulgence in doing that.
Well, you make it difficult for me to comment adversely to anything you said by your generous closing remarks, but you will forgive me if I say that I don't believe that it was any lack of trust on the capabilities of the department that led others to feel they should take unilateral action. But in any event, I do feel that all of this is better gone into in a closed session, which I'll be delighted to be as frank as possible.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Senate, the hearing will stand in recess for 10 minutes. The hearing will please come to order. The chair is pleased to recognize for 10 minutes Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, happy to have you here. Yes, sir. As you have acknowledged, you knew in January of 1986 that the President had made the decision to go ahead with the Iran initiative, and you also knew at that time the project was going to be handled under the National Security Act, with arms being sold from the Department of Defense to the CIA. Now, there has been some suggestion that you may have been the one who proposed carrying out that operation in that way in order to comply with the law. Whose plan was it, and who came up with the idea?
I don't know of any one person I can assign to it. The thing I emphasized, Senator, was the need to proceed under the Economy Act, which was the one that required full reimbursement. I can't remember where the idea of the formal transfer to the CIA occurred, but where it came from. But generally, we have had some activities in the past, covert activities, in which it has been handled this way, and I believe that that was the origin of it.
Mr. Secretary, as I review the record from January of 1986 forward, you had periodic and regular contacts with the Iranian arms sales as they progressed. You and your department were responsible for selling the arms to the CIA in February, in May, and in the summer, and again in October. They were your missiles, your Hawk spare parts, and during this period you were also frequently asked to prepare teams for the expected release of hostages, which you knew were related to the actual arms sales. You were personally confronted by Admiral Crow in the summer of 1986 about the Iranian initiative when he first learned about it. And unlike Secretary Shultz, who also opposed the program, your department had an ongoing involvement in the arms sales. Now, I'm wondering if you did what you did, if anything, to make the system better. Did you propose any alternative plans to accomplish what the President obviously wanted to accomplish or do?
Yes.
And these are the plans that you've mentioned you would prefer to discuss only in closed session?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you ever ask Admiral Poindexter for the details on how the operation was being carried out?
Well, I frequently, you said in your statement a moment ago, Senator, something I disagree with, that we always knew that there was a connection between this and hostage release activities and so on. That was never fully established. There was hostage released, I think, or two during this period, but I never knew of any connection between these arms sales and that release. In fact, I think they seem to come from different sources and different people and so on.
Okay.
So I would disagree that we always knew there was some connection between the two.
Okay.
But there was a number of conversations I had with Admiral Poindexter pointing out that more sales were being directed and hostages were not being returned, and that I thought that we shouldn't do any more and until all of the hostages were back. And why was the original statements that he made to me, why couldn't those promises be kept? Things of that kind.
You were familiar with some of the other foreign policy objectives or hoped-for objectives that were discussed throughout this process.
Oh, yes, yes.
And there were a lot more than just transferring arms for
Oh,
hostages.
indeed, yes. There's no question about it. As I mentioned earlier this morning, the President never mentioned the initiative, the transaction, without always mentioning the other objectives hoped for.
You were also aware that were you aware at the time that this initiative basically was recommended by the Israelis? Or at least
it was claimed that was one of the points put forward as to one of the reasons why we should do it in one of the original discussions of it, yes.
How important are the Israelis with regard to our worldwide intelligence operations?
How important were they?
How important are they, their intelligence gathering systems?
Well, I assume that the CIA has some opportunity to utilize some of the things they turn into us, but I've no way of characterizing how important it is. The CIA analyses come in from numerous sources.
You're fully aware, though, that the Israelis have some of the best intelligence forces in the world.
They have good reputation in intelligence.
In
yes.
fact, in some ways, a better reputation than even we have.
Well, I don't know about that.
Okay, I would hope that's so, but I believe it's otherwise. Fact of the matter is that we've relied on the Israeli and their intelligence gathering systems throughout most of the tenure that you have been here.
Well, I think some of the things they gather have been utilized and have been part of the analysis process, but we get intelligence from a lot of sources, fortunately.
Of course we do. Did you ever ask what price the Iranians were being charged for the arms?
No.
You never were concerned about that?
No. We transferred to the CIA for value, and that was the extent of our requirement.
Now, did you go beyond Admiral Poindexter directly to the President during any of this process and tell the President that it appeared to you that the implementation of his programs were not going ahead in a proper, right fashion?
I don't know. I don't recall any one specific instance and date or anything, but there were a number of meetings at which the various people who were familiar with this were present. And usually my talks were with Admiral Poindexter. There may very well have been one or two times at which it was mentioned in a meeting at which the President was present, but his decision had been made, and that was well known.
Okay. Now, you have testified that you're taking steps to receive further payment from the CIA because of some errors that the Department of Defense
yes.
made in computing the costs of the TOWs and the missile spare, the Hawk spare parts. Do you know if anyone is attempting to collect that same amount from the original buyers, in this case, Mr. Hakim and Secord, General
No,
Secord?
I don't know anything about them at all.
All right. It seems to me that DOD is making sure that your books are correct, but after all, by getting the price straight between the CIA and DOD, and I would have to say that that should be done because it is taxpayers' money one way or the other. And but, you know, the side issue here is, did DOD's mistake cost the taxpayers extra monies because the private parties were able to get these arms at a...
I don't see how any such conclusion could be drawn, but we...
Well, I don't either, but that's why I'm asking the question.
We want to have the amounts that we are told and that we believe were the correct amounts required for this transfer to be be repaid to us. And we pursue that, and as I say, I have every confidence that we will collect it.
And now, based on your understanding of the Economy Act, is the CIA limited to the amount it may charge buyers of the arms the CIA has purchased from you, from the Department of Defense?
I don't think there's any such provision. I don't know of any.
So if they wanted to sell the arms at what they paid you for them, then the private parties could buy them at that particular price?
Well, there's a private party involved, but I don't have any knowledge of that, Senator. All I know is that we are required and should be in transferring to another governmental agency to get full value for that particular system. And
Sure.
the pricing problem arose because these are now no longer manufactured. They're obsolete weapons, and the wrong catalog numbers were used and all that kind of stuff. But
Well, the thrust of my question basically is that DOD is limited in the price it may charge the CIA as an intergovernmental transfer, but the question is the CIA also limited in a similar fashion?
I don't know.
Okay. I have a few questions involving your involvement as Secretary of Defense in the formulation and review of presidential findings authorizing covert actions. During your tenure as Secretary of Defense, has there been a general practice to ask for your input in the formulation of presidential findings?
Yes, there has been, and also consent or approval of mine has been requested, as it has of others on the Security Council for these findings.
Are you generally informed after a finding has been signed?
Yes, I'm informed that there's a draft going through, and that if I've made some recommendations, whether those have all been accepted, but the final form of the finding comes back to us, yes.
So you actually get a copy of all findings on covert action?
As far as I know, yes.
All right. Have the practices regarding findings changed at all since the Iran initiative?
Yes, Mr. Carlucci has initiated a very full-scale review to find out whether there were any findings held over from many years ago that were still operative, still current, and has canceled a lot of them, and has put in a much closer review that requires the kind of things you've just been mentioning before any new finding should be issued. A very salutary exercise.
Okay. When we as a committee finally arrive at our final conclusions and make recommendations, are there any recommendations that you would like to see us make with regard to findings?
Well, I think
that process.
I think the changes Mr. Carlucci and General Powell have initiated are proper ones, and I think they should be followed, and I hope the committee would agree with that.
I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary. My time is up.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bolin for 10 minutes.
Secretary. In October of 1984, the so-called full prohibition Bolin Amendment was enacted into law. And under its terms, no funds available to the Department of Defense could be used to support, directly or indirectly, military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua. What steps were taken after the passage of this law to inform Defense Department personnel, especially those who were stationed in Central America, about the types of activities that were now prohibited?
Would have to try to see if there are the specific directives for you, Congressman. The basic idea was that we do notify any changes that are required as a result of changes of law passed by Congress. We had not had any activities underway in Nicaragua. Our activities were in El Salvador. But I'm sure that there was a general notification to defense personnel of the import of the new law.
And what steps were taken to monitor compliance?
Well, we issued any instructions that were required by the new law, but we didn't have any activities there, so we weren't really monitoring anything that wasn't happening.
Well, evidence has been presented to these committees indicating that on November of 1984, Lieutenant Colonel North tasked General Paul Gorman, who was a commander of the Southern Command at the time, with furnishing information of the location and status of Sandinista hand helicopters to Colonel North for his passage of the Contras. To your knowledge, did General Gorman make his superiors in DOD aware of this request?
I didn't know of it, and Mr. North has no authority whatever to task anyone.
Well, the evidence presented to this committee is Exhibit 31 and the testimony of Mr. McFarland when he was here. Let me ask, given the disparity of their rank between general and lieutenant colonel, would you attribute General Gorman's compliance with North's request to that White House mystique that you mentioned last Friday?
Well, if there was indeed compliance with it, yes. There are a number of people who feel that when the White House calls, that everything has to be done, but in accordance with that call. But I found this very shortly after I came to the department, and right after that time, I issued very strict instructions, which, to the best of my knowledge, have been followed, that any calls or requests for tasking of the military had to be referred to my office, to the Deputy Secretary if I was away, and that they would be acted on only when we were confirmed that this was indeed something that was desired by officials and not just by some building.
In October of 1985, the last of the Bolden Amendments was enacted into law. Under its terms, DOD could not provide assistance in the conduct or planning of counter-military operations, although the exchange of some intelligence information was permitted, as was the furnishing of some communications equipment and also infrastructure support. What steps were taken after the enactment of this law to inform Defense Department personnel, especially those stationed in Central America, about the types of activities that remained off limits with respect to the Contras?
Again, I wouldn't have a specific document, but whenever there was a change in the law that affected people in any theater, there was a basic practice of notification to them. And I know that the firm understanding that I had and conveyed, and whenever it was relevant, was that we were not permitted under these amendments to take actions of this kind in that area.
And what steps?
None of this, of course, applied to El Salvador. We were continuing to do our activities there with full knowledge of the Congress.
And I presume that you were monitoring this law in compliance with it the same way you were monitoring the First Amendment?
Well, yes, that we did not have activities of that kind. We didn't start any, obviously, and we didn't and had nothing to continue. If I had heard of any violations, obviously we would have taken action.
Now, evidence has been presented to these committees indicating that during the period in 1986 in which the Secord lethal air supply operation was functioning, Colonel James Steele, a military assistance group commander in Central America, was actively assisting it at Lieutenant Colonel North's directions, who in the Department of Defense was aware of Colonel Steele's activities.
Well, I don't know. I was not at that time or aware of any activity that would contravene the law.
I'm curious as to the means by which the Defense Department personnel are assigned to the National Security Council staff. How many are currently detailed to the NSC staff from the DOD?
I would have to find the exact number for you, but it is a common request for White House, Security Council, and others to request the temporary assignment of military personnel, and usually those are honored. But I can get you the exact number. I don't know what it is today.
And also, would you supply for the record how many were there when Mr. McFarland and Admiral Pondexter were National Security Advisors?
I would have to get that for you, but it's easily obtainable, and I have no idea of the precise number. But it was in response to formal requests.
And are you consulted on what particular personnel or individual would be assigned to the NSC staff?
Ordinarily not, no. Ordinarily there would be a request for individual by name, and if the service was agreeable, why the assignment would go forward in a fairly routine fashion.
So they are not requested by name, or are they?
Well, usually for National Security Council staff, they would be requested by name.
And who
yes,
requested the assignment of Lieutenant Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter to the NSC?
Well, Admiral Poindexter had been over there for some time. I think he went over shortly after William Clark became National Security Advisor. But again, I could find out for you. North, I don't know. I don't know who requested him, but again, we can find out.
Well, as you've indicated, both have been there for some time. I presume they must have been requested by the National Security Advisor at the time, Mr. Allen?
That would, well, it could be, they could have been before. I think that Admiral Poindexter for a time was in the State Department and then was reassigned, but we can get the full history for you.
In whether or not the Secretary of Defense has to sign off on the assignment of military officers or DOD civilian personnel to the NSC staff?
No, ordinarily not.
For the last 5 years, we've heard different descriptions by the administrator, this administration, of the goals that the Contras were to achieve in Nicaragua. First, we were told that there were going to be an arms interdiction force. Next, we were told there were going to be, or prevent the Sandinistas from consolidating power by attacking non-economic targets. Then we were informed that their goal was to either drive the Sandinistas from power and drive them to the negotiating table to bargain away their power. On Friday, you described the Contras as a force which would prevent a Nicaraguan invasion of El Salvador, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Honduras, while at the same time preventing the dissolution of NATO by enabling the United States to retain and maintain a sizable number of troops on guard in Europe. As I listened, the Contras, heretofore described as a guerrilla force of questionable ability, became transformed into Patton's Third Army. My question is this: given the status of forces in Nicaragua, what is it that your planners expect the Contras to achieve militarily without direct U.S. intervention, either in the form of a naval blockade or the introduction of ground troops? What kinds of mileposts should be used to determine whether the Contras are capable of doing what you say they can do?
Well, Congressman, I think, if you'll permit me to say so, that's quite an inaccurate representation of my testimony. What I was talking about was how important it was not to have a Soviet base, another Soviet base in that area. And what I was talking about was some of the very bad effects that would flow from that. And they include the ability to interdict convoys, to interdict trade routes, to gather more intelligence, all of which is happening in Cuba. I did not say that the Contras were the force that would stop all this or anything of the kind. What I did say was that, in my opinion, and I don't know who told you what in previous rationales or support arguments for Contra funding, but what I believe is the proper response and the proper reason is that I think it's essential for two reasons. I think it's essential that we support them as people who are fighting for their freedom, as we support people fighting for their freedom in various parts of the world in one way or another, including Afghanistan. And I think that it is essential that we do that. I also think that it's essential for our own national interest that they have and realize the promises of the revolution that were, at the time that Somoza was overthrown, that were made to them, and promises which have been totally and brazenly and continuously violated. They have no freedom of speech, there's no freedom of religion, no freedom of press, no freedoms of any kind, as we understand them, in Nicaragua. And I think it is very much to in our national interest to help people who are fighting to regain those freedoms. And that is the reason that I think we should support them. I also think we should support them because it is quite apparent that if we do not, there will be no opposition to another Soviet base in that part of the world. And that is a long way from saying that the Contras are going to be an army strong enough to deal with all of these problems. That isn't the point. The point is to restore to these people, as well as to other Nicaraguans, the freedoms that were promised to them at the time of the revolution. And these are the normal freedoms that you and I enjoy and take for granted, and that these people were promised and have been denied. And those are the reasons why I think we should continue to support them, and support them very vigorously, and support them within the law, and by funds appropriated by the Congress, which I have urged many, many times and would continue to urge. Nothing that has happened here, or nothing that's happened by people who may not have observed the law, has changed the importance and the necessity for our continued support of people fighting for their freedom in Nicaragua, and people who are fighting to make sure that we don't have another Soviet base in that part of the world.
Well, Mr. Secretary, you used all of my time in answering that particular question. I don't think you answered the question fully. But in any event, sometime I would like to know what your planners say they can achieve in the manner in which they're conducting the guerrilla warfare in Nicaragua.
Well, the only thing I know is that we can't achieve anything except having another Soviet base if we don't try our best to help these people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary,
Senator?
Jack Anderson and Dale Van Netta ran a series of columns back in March. I think it was March 2nd, 4th, and 15th. And if I could just summarize what is contained in those articles, it had to do with the Navy undertaking negotiations with certain elements within Iran to acquire test benches for the F-14 aircraft. The line had been shut down in this country. It was estimated that roughly it would cost about $96 million to open that line to produce a dozen of these so-called test benches, which are sophisticated electronic devices to check out technical difficulties with the F-14 aircraft. And they started negotiating with the Iranians because the Iranians had several of them left over, about 8 or 9 as I recall. And that occurred in the fall of '85, around October. It appeared that the Navy would be successful in acquiring these 9 test benches for about $10 million as opposed to $96 million to produce them ourselves. Then in January, things started to unravel, January of '86, corresponding with the time when the United States was undertaking to negotiate with the Iranians for the release of the hostages. At that point, the Iranians no longer asked for cash, they asked for TOWs, Phoenix air-to-air missiles, and other weaponry. And I was wondering whether you had an opportunity to validate or verify whether there's any substance to the columns.
No, there isn't any substance to it whatever. When I heard you were going to raise the point, we made inquiry. I'd not heard of it before. And the facts are apparently these, Senator. One of these shadowy figures who appears to be described generally as an American businessman appeared and sidled up to somebody, one of the program managers in the Navy, and said that he understood that they needed some of these test benches and that he knew where he could get them for a bargain price. This person passed on in the Navy, passed on this information, and when it appeared that it was required dealings with the Iranians, it was immediately dropped, and nothing was ever heard about it again until these columns appeared with this very distorted version that you have quoted.
So there's no basis in fact for
None
the
whatever.
All right.
Never reached my attention in any event, and of course if it had, it would have been turned off at once, but it never moved out of this this so-called American businessman and the sub-program manager, whoever it was, for this particular program.
And you checked with officials within the Navy
Yes,
Department?
after we heard you were going to mention it.
One of the comments frequently made is the effect that the Iran case is going to have on the arms export control enforcement of this country. I know that you have spent a considerable amount of energy and time trying to beef up our ability to stop the flow of weaponry going to the Middle East, to the Iranians in particular. And it's clear to me that the disclosure of what has taken place will have a very negative impact upon that effort, not only with our allies, but also with perhaps even in the private sector. And I was particularly concerned that last Friday, I noticed in last Friday's news accounts, that a court in New York had dropped 46 out of 54 counts against defendants who were charged with smuggling $2 billion worth of weapons to Iran in violation of the U.S. export control laws. And the newspaper didn't go into any detail about the court's rulings as to why the counts were dropped, but I don't think it's difficult to perceive that what the defense is going to argue, or did argue, that if the U.S. government can sell weapons to Iran, why not our clients? Now, the fact is that we may have negotiated with the Iranians out of patriotism, and the private citizens may have done so for profit, but I think a judge and a jury are going to have some difficulty in drawing a distinction between the two, particularly since 2 United States private citizens have about $8 million sitting in cold storage in Swiss bank accounts, and when the former Chief of Staff Donald Reagan's notes of a November 10, 1986 meeting in the White House contain a reference to the Vice President, where the Vice President asked, is the New York case a private or public endeavor to sell arms to Iran? And according to Mr. Reagan's note, the answer was probably private with government knowledge. Now, Senator Rudman also earlier this morning pointed out that there was a sort of rare alignment of the planets of state and defense on a key policy issue, in which the President failed to be drawn into your, at least, gravitational orbit on that issue. And I would just like to quote something to you to see if you would agree with this final point, because many people have pointed out all of the reasons why it was a bad idea to begin this policy in the first place, but this individual focused on something else. He said, if there should be a successful release, the truth will still almost certainly come out, with the joy over return of the hostages only temporarily overshadowing tough questions and criticisms and accusations from certain foreign governments and domestic political circles. In addition to public criticisms, there is a problem, that those holding our hostages and other potential hostage-taking groups will know of it and will know to deal with the United States and to get things from the U.S. Finally, even if there were to be no outside knowledge of these efforts, to ignore fundamental policy tenets, the super-secretive, apparently hypocritical approach to the problem has a significant negative impact upon many of those who are unaware of it and who are also involved in doing their utmost in working faithfully for the hostage release and other problems within policy guidelines. Would you agree with the statement that even if we were successful in getting the hostages out, it would have a negative impact upon our future relations with our allies?
I think I made some of those points in some of the meetings, and I think others did too. You must understand, Senator, that this was not the only subject on which the Secretary of State and I agreed. We agree on far more than people
I think Senator Rudman posed it. The one case where you both agreed and the President rejected your collective and combined wisdom.
I've not been able to think of any others in that, in that category.
All right. Congressman Hyde last Friday, I think, offered some very valuable comments. He pointed out that a number of the individuals involved in this affair were veterans of the Vietnam War, and they were and perhaps remain somewhat bitter toward the people in the process who they believe sold them out. And after listening to Congressman Hyde, I went back and I read Philip Caputo's book, A Rumor of War, over the weekend. And he described some of that despair as he left Vietnam. He described banking over the China Sea, heading toward Okinawa, toward freedom from death's embrace. And he said, none of us was a hero. We would not return to cheering crowds, parades, and the pealing of cathedral bells. We had done nothing more than endure. We had survived, and that was our only victory. I think that sense of despair is the most poignantly drawn that I've read about the war. But I would say that it's one thing to understand their despair and deep-seated bitterness, but I think quite another to put people in positions that permit them to twist and distort the political process to either conform to their world vision or satisfy a need for moral retribution. And I would say that if those who served in Vietnam want to affect public policy, then perhaps they should seek public office. And I am thinking specifically of Senator John McCain, who spent about 5.5 years as a guest at the Hanoi Hilton. At least by seeking public office, that the public has an opportunity to judge whether their views are valid or invalid. But no matter how sympathetic we are to these individuals, I think in our system, the military has to remain subordinate to civilian control. And from the evidence, those who opposed the policy that was being promoted by those within the NSC were seen as adversaries who had to be either avoided or defeated. Mr. Chairman, I would like to just conclude my participation in these proceedings with an observation that we have witnessed a parade of high-minded and seemingly non-threatening, indeed even genial people come before this committee and describe their actions and their motivations. And a central lesson in what will necessarily be an inconclusive report is that democracy must be protected against its friends as well as its enemies, and that the law may be equally violated when people act out of patriotic passion and zeal as when they act with contempt and calculated disrespect and disregard for the political process. There's a philosopher that I recall reading many years ago who observed, "The wise and the foolish are equally innocuous. It is the half-wise and the half-foolish that pose the greatest danger." And I would suggest respectfully, Mr. Chairman, that may be an appropriate epitaph for the conclusion of these hearings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jenkins for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to initially ask you this question. In the last few months, there has been a turn of events dealing with Iran as well as Kuwait with the flag and the ships and so forth. Do you see any direct or indirect connection between the confusion that may have developed with the press story that first was released in Lebanon, with the difficulties that we're now having?
No, sir, I really don't. You mean the press story that first started discussing the arms transfers?
Yes.
No, I don't.
And what I'm referring to specifically, of course, Kuwait was looking to the Soviet Union as far as the flagging of some of their ships. There was a great deal of discussion before we came into this. Do you see any relationship between
No,
the
sir,
two
I
events?
really don't. I understand the hypothesis that's been made by some, and we discussed it at some length on Friday here, but I do not see any connection. I think the Kuwaitis have a very reasonable and natural desire to make sure that their shipping is allowed to proceed through international waters without being attacked, and that some of it had been attacked, and they need additional protection which they can't furnish themselves because of their size, and they've asked us to do it, and we've agreed to do it. I don't see any connection between that and this whole unfortunate set of episodes we've been talking about.
I want you to turn to Exhibit 4, and I want to discuss this just a moment. You've previously testified about your initial reaction, which you reaffirm now that this was an absurd idea.
Yes.
And the note dated June 19th has this statement: by all means pass it to Rich, the Assistant Secretary. But the assumption here is, one, that Iran is about to fall. Now, this was back in '85, which you are indicating was a false assumption
by
at
my
that
opinion,
time.
yes.
And throughout '85 and up until '86, this was still your opinion.
Yes.
It's amazing to me, and I know Senator Nunn has gone into this, as to how the President could have received an answer that's not off 5 degrees or 10 degrees, but 180 degrees.
Well, I don't attempt to explain it, Mr. Jenkins, but when people have an agenda and they're arguing for particular points, they may be willing to utilize minority intelligence views. I really don't know.
But that was not discussed in the meetings
I
that
did
you had
not
with
hear
the
it
President.
discussed in that November 10th, 1986 meeting that we've talked about earlier. No, sir. I tried to make notes of that meeting, and my notes didn't include that, but this is not to say that those notes were absolutely complete or that I didn't miss something. It's also possible that there may have been discussion about it immediately after the meeting formally finished, or any one of a number of things. But I do not happen to remember any discussion about that point at that time. But my conviction has been right along that this is a stalemated ground situation, that Iran is most certainly not about to fall or anything close to it, and that given Iraqi's basic approach to the war, which, as I understand it, seems to be not to try to achieve a military victory, the idea of Iran about to lose seems to me to be totally wrong.
With your forceful opposition to the proposal, as well as that of Secretary Schultz, who was the most persuasive person? I keep, during all of these hearings, we have not heard the person that persuaded the President. Was it Casey, or was it McFarland, or who?
Two things, sir. First of all, I heard Mr. McFarland and Mr. Poindexter push the program from time to time at its beginning and later. But the assumption here seems to be that somebody has to persuade the President of something, one way or the other. This President is a man with very definite ideas. He is a superb leader, in my opinion. And he has his own judgments and his own ideas, and he's going to listen to advice, and he's going to listen to recommendations, but he's not always going to follow them. I've had the great privilege of working with him for many, many years, and have made recommendations to him before that he has not agreed to, and made recommendations that he has agreed to, and made recommendations that he partially agreed with. He has his own mind that he makes up after listening to a number of different views. And so I don't, I think, as I say, there were 2 or 3 things that were very persuasive to him here, and one of them was certainly that it would be a good idea to get a better relationship with Iran, and I argued strenuously that we couldn't do that with the group that's there now. He also obviously was motivated by the hope of getting the hostages back, and I think all of these things were things that he was that were persuasive to him. But I don't think he requires any one person to be for something or any one person to be against it and then to follow that slavishly. He doesn't operate that way. He never has.
Well, I was just curious as to who the individual was that made the best argument for the sale.
Perhaps the president. There's certainly, as I say, Mr. McFarland, and the beginning, Mr. Admiral Poindexter. I mentioned Friday that Bill Casey, I think, thought sincerely that there was a real intelligence gain that could come from an improved relationship.
But in your view, the president was more or less for it from the very beginning.
No, I don't think that's correct, sir. I got the strong impression in August of '85 and in December of '85 that he was not for it, and that it was in January of '86 that he was for it. And I don't know of any single person or single event, but I just assume that he considered all the arguments many times, heard them all, and made up his own mind.
Let me have you turn to Exhibit 6, where Colonel North in this prof note indicates, this is to Poindexter, I believe. In accord with your instructions, I have told their agent that we will sell them 120 items at a price they can meet. I want to talk about the price just a moment because I'm not fully acquainted with this. When you sell to another agency, do you sell at replacement cost or do you sell at fair market value?
Well, I think the requirement of the law is fair market value, and it is a difficult thing to ascertain when you're dealing with obsolete weapons that are no longer manufactured. And I think when you have that kind of situation, as I've later learned, what they try to do is go back and deal something with the basic original cost.
Well, this prof note is talking about hawks, not tows, I believe. But either way, normally the fair market value would be substantially less than replacement cost. Isn't that correct?
Well, I don't know that that's generally true or not. In this particular situation, you had weapons that are no longer manufactured, that are obsolete, of which we had a very, very large supply. And I think under those circumstances, since you can't go buy them on the market, so to speak, why then you have to look at what they cost you. And I think they try to add in any improvements that may have been made to them. Certainly they're supposed to add in any of the shipping costs or things of that kind. But we're supposed to get, as I understand it, fair market value under the Economy Act. And that's what we tried to get. And as I've said, there were some honest mistakes made in the computation of that price that was submitted to CIA, and we've made that up by submitting what we believe is the correct price now, and a lot of it we've collected.
Well, Colonel North's statement that we will sell them 120 items at a price they can meet, you have...
I don't know what he's talking about there, no.
You didn't have any discussions?
None whatever.
Whatsoever with...
No.
Colonel North on prices?
No, or anything else.
Nor anything else?
No, sir.
Never discussed anything with
him?
No. During any of the National Security Council meetings, was he present? And,
I don't recall his being present. He may have been sitting in the back sometimes, but I don't recall it.
On to my final area. I want to talk just a moment about the findings. I understand your testimony that you did not know about the January 17th finding, I guess, until later.
Till, yes, November, I think.
And that this is not the normal process. Normally you would be advised as a finding works its way through the draft stages into its final form. Would you not?
So I understand, yes. But that's been the practice with all the other findings with which I'm familiar. I don't know of any others that were not handled that way.
So the findings on this particular, for this particular project were handled in a unusual.
Very unusual.
Very unusual manner.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact,
I like to think unique.
Bizarre?
Well, that it's never happened before, and I hope it will never happen again.
I think that is a good place for me to stop. It is bizarre. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
The chair yields 5 minutes to committee counsel, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, are you familiar with the Special Operations Policy Advisory Group, or the SOPAG?
Well, I know a little bit about just heard the initials. I don't, not too familiar with it by that name.
Are you familiar with what the function of that group is?
I wouldn't want to testify about it. I've heard the initials and a little bit, but not, I don't have any expert knowledge of it, no.
You do know, though, do you not, that Major General Secord was appointed as a consultant to that group?
Well, I have read that he was, yes.
Do you know who made his appointment to the
No,
group?
I don't.
His membership was terminated on August 4, 1986, based upon his failure to submit a financial disclosure form to the DOD. Were you aware of this?
I have read about it since, but I didn't know it at the time.
As you may know, that there's certain troubling evidence that's been presented to the committee concerning Mr. Secord's financial operations. Likewise, his financial stake in the Iran and the Contra operations has caused concern. Do you know what type of financial data he refused to?
No, I wouldn't have any knowledge of the financial statements of people on various advisory committees or consultants. In the normal course, I wouldn't ever see any of those, and I've never seen his.
I'd ask you to look at Exhibit 33, if you would, which was a
33.
Questions and answers that you supplied to the House Permanent Select Committee on 18 December 1986. There you mentioned that Major General Secord was removed from the group for failure to file the financial information. Yes. Is there anything other than that general information that you could provide to the committee?
No, that information was provided in response to a specific request by the committee, and we looked it up and got all the facts we could and turned them in. I did not have any knowledge of it before the preparation of that response, and I don't know of anything other than that.
All right, so Mr. Secretary, you testified that on Friday that on January 17th or January 18th you received a call from Admiral Poindexter informing you that the President had decided to proceed with the Iranian initiative.
Yes.
You also testified that you did not know at that time that the President had signed a finding regarding the covert action.
Yes, that's correct.
You are aware that it is only through the President's specific determination to withhold notification to Congress as embodied in the January 17 finding that placed the requirement for notifying Congress with the President, are you not?
Well, I've become aware since, when I found out about the finding, that it also contained that stricture, yes.
And you may recall that Mr. Ginsman pointed out on Friday that the GAO conclusion dealing with notification to Congress said, and I quote, although DOD covert arms transfers may ordinarily be subject to congressional notification requirements, in this case the President's finding ensured that the responsibility for meeting any such requirements remained with him. As you've stated, you didn't see the finding until the fall of 1986.
Sometime in November, yes, or December.
So at the time that DOD made the various transfers to the CIA, you were not aware that Congress was not going to be notified, is that correct?
I did not know anything about it, no.
Did anyone specifically tell you that Congress was not going to be notified?
No, not till November or December of that year.
Absent the knowledge of the non-notification clause in the finding, would you have felt any obligation to see that DOD inform the Congress of the transfer?
Well, I don't think we had any responsibility or there was any notification issue when we sell to another governmental agency. My understanding is that there is no requirement for that.
Well, there's been a great deal of discussion about that among the various agencies and within the various agencies. And as it's presently understood, the requirement rests with the agency to whom transfers are made. Is that correct?
Well, that's the general understanding I have. Yes, that we transfer to the other agency of the government, and that whatever reporting requirement is to be done by them at whatever time they decide.
One final question, if I may. Do you think that any legislative changes need to be made to tighten this aspect of congressional notification? And do you feel that some obligation should be placed on the transferring agency as well as the receiving agency?
I don't have any particularly strong views on it. I think it's important that Congress be notified, but I think that the transferee agency is perfectly capable of doing it. The transferring agency is. I don't think it makes an awful lot of difference.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before proceeding, the following exhibits will be made part of the record: CWW 58 and CWW 59 and GPS 66.
The Latham memorandum that I showed the Secretary earlier could be made an exhibit or part of the record.
Has that been cleared and sanitized?
It doesn't contain any, it hasn't been cleared or anything, but it doesn't contain anything remotely sensitive.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Secretary, all of the members of the panel have now asked their questions. However, 3 members have reserved their time, Mr. Broomfield, Senator Sarbanes, and Senator McClure. So now I will call upon Congressman Broomfield for 2 minutes.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I would like to compliment you and Senator Rudman and Congressman Lee Hamilton and also Dick Cheney for the way you've conducted these hearings. I think you have been extremely fair, and I just wanted you to know, as one member of this committee, we're very proud of the way you've conducted them. I don't have anything profound to say, but I do want to say this, Cap. I think that you and President Reagan have done a great deal to rebuild the credibility of this country as far as our defenses are concerned. I think as I look back over these hearings, obviously I think it's unfortunate that we had this Iran-Contra affair, but hopefully as a result of it we'll be better for it. I think the reason I say that is I certainly don't condone the wrongdoing that was connected with the Iran-Contra affair, and I think the administration, to their credit, President Reagan has moved right in and changed things, as you have explained yesterday, as far as the National Security Council is concerned. But really what does bother me is what's happening in Congress today. I think we have a situation that's turning more toward isolationism. It makes it awful difficult for the President of the United States to conduct foreign policy. And I would hope that, I often think of a great statesman from Michigan, the late Arthur Vandenberg, who came to the rescue of President Truman on the Marshall Plan back in 1948. It really started us off on a bipartisan foreign policy. And I was just thinking this morning, I had my staff get out the inaugural address of President Kennedy, what he said back in January 20th, 1961, when he said that in his inaugural address that he promised the United States, and I quote, "We shall pay any price, we'll bear any burden, and we'll meet any hardship. We'll support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure survival and the success of liberty." How true that is. And wouldn't it be great if we could get back where members of both the Republican and Democrat Party would look at our foreign policy as American foreign policy, not a Republican or a Democrat foreign policy, but what's good for America. I thank you very much for your fine appearance.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Sarbanes is recognized for 16 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, I doubt I'll use all that time, but there are a couple of questions I want to put to you, and then I want to develop a general subject area. I wanted to just ask you, in the sending of Mr. McFarland into Tehran in May of 1986, which of course you did not know about, but aside from your view about the initiative itself and the fact that you did not think it was a path down which we should proceed, what is your view of exposing a person who only 6 months before had been the National Security Advisor and had held that position for 2 years, so they had access to our country's most important secrets, to that risk of being taken in that environment? Wasn't that a rash and imprudent course of action?
Well, I would not have selected Mr. McFarland for that assignment if it had to be made, for a number of reasons, and I think the one you've mentioned is certainly a valid source of concern, yes. That's not an atmosphere in which anyone can feel that they can enter without that kind of risk being at least possible, and certainly that is a proper risk to have in mind with that kind of choice of envoy, assuming one had to go, which I would strongly...
Which you were against
yes.
in the first place.
Yes.
On the Grenada situation, which you cited as an example, that was an instance in which, in a very highly secure matter, the Congress, the leaders of the Congress, were given notice ahead of time.
They were indeed. I was present. Sunday night, and the landing was Tuesday morning.
Would you say that one of the reasons to give notice, aside from letting the Congress know, is to gain the benefit of the Congress's perception of the course of action that it is planned to be followed?
Yes, yes, of course.
For instance, in the arms for hostages situation, I think it's reasonable to assume that had the Congress been notified of that, the leadership, and it can be restricted under existing procedures to 8 people out of 535, to only 8. But had they been told, they would have had a very sharp reaction to it that would have essentially tracked the policy position that you and the Secretary of State were arguing within the administration's circles. In fact, I dare say that one of the things they would have pointed to was that your credibility and the Secretary of State's credibility would be severely undermined, since you were pushing as hard as you could Operation Staunch.
Yes.
And that this would have exposed you, where the countries in effect realized the U.S. was pursuing an opposite policy at the same time that you and the Secretary were pressing them not to ship arms. You, in fact, encountered difficulties in that regard, did you not?
In which regard?
In terms of your credibility with respect to Operation Staunch.
I did, and I'm afraid there was some loss of credibility of the country because we were, as you say, pushing that initiative, that line of argument, as carefully as we could and as vigorously as we could. That it was to everybody's disadvantage, and we hoped they would stop that. That was both before as well as after these transactions, and certainly there's bound to be some considerable question raised after that sort of experience.
Now, on Friday, we discussed the import of having the responsible policymakers cut out of the process, particularly yourself and the Secretary of State, who, along with the President and Vice President, constitute the statutory members of the National Security Council. And we agreed that that was an inexcusable and deplorable way to conduct the policy-making process of the government. But I want to take just a few minutes today to focus on something that it seemed to me raised very significant dangers in the sense of going beyond that. and that is to look at this covert, unaccountable network that was being put into place to carry on activities. And there's an exhibit there that was included at the time of General Singlaub's testimony, and then also again with respect to Colonel North. Now, this was a proposal, and to the best of our knowledge, nothing was done to implement it. And as it states in the objective, right at the top of the page, to create a conduit for maintaining a continuous flow of Soviet weapons and technology to be utilized by the United States in its support of freedom fighters in Nicaragua, Afghanistan, Angola, Cambodia, Ethiopia, etc. And I think you get the best picture of it if you look at the chart on the second page, the three-way trade in which the United States would send high technology to country B, which would then send military equipment to country A, which would then send the kind of military equipment to be used by freedom fighters to the trading company, which would then be in a position to disperse it around the world. And on the following page, it states that as results of this, in the third paragraph, the United States then has at its disposal a large and continuous supply of Soviet technology and weapons to channel to freedom fighters worldwide, mandating neither the consent or awareness of the Department of State or Congress. I take it that this is new to you.
I've never seen anything like this before, no, sir. I hope I won't again.
I was just going to ask you what your
this
reaction
is absurd as far as I'm concerned, and I don't know of anybody who put it. The typing, everything about it looks totally unfamiliar, but I don't know where it came from. But there's so many things wrong with it that I don't think either you or I have time to go into them all now. But I've never seen it before, no.
Well, now the plan that Colonel North and General Secord and Mr. Hakim put into place was in some respects not entirely different, at least in terms of what they were seeking to develop, which was a hidden, unaccountable network that was outside of all established channels and legitimate authority. And if you consider this, I find the prospects chilling. In effect, they were setting up a system where they would create a treasury from contributions by private individuals, by solicitations to foreign countries, and by the profits off of arms sales, the markup off of arms sales. That was what General Secord called the enterprise when he testified before us. And then the enterprise would be able to engage in activities around the world. Now, they diverted monies from the Iran arms sale to the Contras, although only a small portion of it, and it's very important to stress that. Most of that money is in the enterprise still. I mean, we're talking about $8 million. But the prospects for this enterprise were really extraordinary. When Mr. Hakim was here, we went over the Secord structure, and he had a chart there in which he had drawn in a box for Africa. And we asked him about that, and he said, well, one day General Secord says that who knows, if we do a good job, the president may send us to Angola. And Mr. Hakim said, at the rate these people have been going and coming up with so many surprises, I would not be surprised if they indeed did that. And I didn't want to have the burden of running around doing too many things at the same time. So I said, let me go ahead and form another, not form a company, but have it ready. If indeed it would happen, I would just plug in a company in there and go ahead with it. Just further foresight on my part. And I said to him, so you have, while General Secord made it as a joke, you thought there was a possibility that it might happen. Is that correct? And Mr. Hakim said, yes, sir. And I then said to him, later you said, in my mind, you know, the way this crazy thing is going, they might do that. He said, yes, sir. So the enterprise had the potential in your mind to expand its activities. And he said yes, and then he was later asked, it could have gone elsewhere as well. And he said yes. So you had this covert, unaccountable network being established outside of all channels of authority or responsibility, with a possibility of, in effect, implementing its own policy. Now, Admiral Poindexter, when he appeared before us, said he thought that this idea had some attractive features to it. He didn't know about it in detail. But he says, it is an idea that has some attractive features in my mind. And the question I would put to you, obviously, is it an idea that has any attractive features in your mind?
No, none whatever, Senator. I thought that the common law and all of the rules under which civilization is governed grew out of the recognition that the warring private feudal groups could lead to nothing but war, and that the only way you could ever get a peaceful community under the rule of law was to have a government which was the source of and indeed the repository of the law. And so I think any of these things that attempt to run private operations of this nature or become private governments is totally wrong, and I would be totally opposed to it.
Well, Mr. Secretary, let me just close with this observation. I think, frankly, that these hearings have served very important purposes. If they succeed in nothing else, in making the contribution of replacing deniability with accountability for all government officials up to and including the President, it would have been a worthwhile endeavor. I think the concept of deniability is unacceptable as an operating concept, and the whole democratic process is premised on the principle of accountability. Some see these hearings as paying a price, as though it's a negative. I would argue just to the contrary. I think that an open and free society is the source of our strength. That democracy is based on an informed and consenting public, and that you obviously cannot have such a public if the people are kept in the dark or lied to, and that democracy cannot withstand the danger of policies that are built on lies and deceit. Above all, I think it's imperative to recognize that disagreement by the public and their representatives over policies, over the substance of policies. And you've differed with members of this committee on occasion and been in agreement with the very same members on other issues, on other occasions. That those differences are not a sign of weakness, but a sign of strength. In fact, I recall you went into the Oxford Union to defend American policy and did it very successfully, as I understand.
Thank you, sir.
And this disagreement, this difference over substance, is not an excuse to renegade officials to create a private, extra-legal layer of government unaccountable to the people and their representatives, as reflected in this memo or as reflected in the North Seacourt Hakeem off-the-shelf operation. There were people prepared, unfortunately, to go outside the constitutional process to achieve their ends. And of course, that path leads to the subverting of democracy, not to its strengthening and enhancement. I have quoted before, and I'm in these hearings, and I'm going to end by quoting it again from Justice Brandeis in his dissent in the Olmsted case, where he recognized the danger to liberty from well-meaning people. I mean, we've spoken here, and in fact, you spoke yesterday about, well, their motives may have been good, and we really need not argue about the motives in a sense, because, as he pointed out, he said, men born to freedom are naturally alert to repel invasion of their liberty by evil-minded rulers. We're alert to that. But he then went on and said, the greatest dangers to liberty lurk in insidious encroachment by men of zeal, well-meaning, but without understanding. And of course, it's that understanding that's critical. I think you've reflected it in your testimony before this committee. And I simply make reference to the response by Admiral Inman early in July when he appeared on one of the national Sunday talk shows. And he was asked about the process you should follow, the procedure you should follow. And he said the following: my view is very direct. Once you have legislation that establishes a process, you have three alternatives. You get the law changed if you think it's wrong. If you believe it's unconstitutional, you find a case and take it to the Supreme Court. Or you comply with the law and you work to make it work. I don't believe there's a legitimate option in a country of laws to simply go around it as the way you do business. I take it you would agree with that.
Completely, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Senator McClure for 8 minutes.
Chairman. On August the 3rd, there was a column in the Wall Street Journal that started out. The column is by Andy Pastor and Edward Pound. The opening sentence is, for months, the congressional investigating committees have relentlessly pursued practically every lead to uncover the roots of the Iran-Contra scandal. But some critics say there has been one notable exception, exposing Israel's full role. And I suppose there are those who think because I have pursued that course over the last several weeks in this committee that somehow I am against the nation of Israel or somehow less than sympathetic to the aspirations of those peoples in that brave country. But that article also pointed out that I believe, as others do believe, that you cannot really trace the evolution of American policy in this instance without looking at the influence, the very strong influence, and some would say the very proper influence of people who are friends of Israel upon the U.S. policy and the Israeli influence upon our policies. In that connection, I was a little surprised earlier, or perhaps I didn't hear the question and answer correctly, with respect to a question that was asked by Congressman Foley as to whether or not you had knowledge of any arms sales by Israel to Iran. Now, just before the break, I gave to your staff a copy of a classified document, and it is still classified. We've been attempting to get it declassified so that we could use it more openly. But I gave it to your staff so that you could read it during the break and you would be informed with respect to it. And this document is a memorandum, United States Department of State, dated November 21, 1986. And it is in the committee files at this time. Have you ever seen that document before?
Not before this morning, no, sir.
Now, you've had a chance to read it.
I read the summary of it, yes. I just got it during the recess.
Yeah. And does it say anything that surprises you?
Well, I had heard these reports before, and I'd heard the claims that were made that various sales had been made with our permission and so on. But Congressman Foley asked me if I knew of my own knowledge of any of these specific sales or transfers, and I said I did not, but I had heard reports of them. And this appears to be another set of reports or claims that they could make these sales.
But you, well, there's one that's referred to in the document that has been publicized in the press. That's the portion that somebody's marked through with a marker of some sort, and it's very hard to read.
I can't read that. It's all marked out.
Right. It does take a little deciphering to figure out exactly what's being said. There was a meeting on November the 10th in which you were present, Secretary Schultz was present, and you made a note in your own notes, which I think are exhibit number 28, and you're referring to Secretary Schultz's statement, and I quote from your memorandum. He said he felt the Israelis sucked us up into their operations so we could not object to their sales to Iran. Do you remember that comment?
Yes.
It was also referred to by Mr. Keel in his notes of that meeting, and also, I think, by Mr. Regan in his notes of that meeting. Now, that refers to sales to Iran by Israel, does it not?
Well, I think it says up into their operations so that we could not object to their sales of weapons, yes.
Well, doesn't that imply that there were sales by Israel to Iran?
That implies that that's what was said at the meeting, yes.
Well, did you know of those sales?
No, I didn't know of my own knowledge. I knew of many reports of them and many claims that they had taken place, and some claims that they had been authorized by us. But I did not know of any of these things as a fact of my own knowledge.
Did you hear General Secord's testimony, or have you had an occasion to refer to it at all?
No, I haven't, Senator. I really had so many other things to do that I've concentrated only on my own presentations.
I don't question that that's correct. Page 273 of the hearing records, General Secord said, I asked the question, are you aware of any previous arms transactions between Israel and Iran? And he goes on at some length saying, yes, sir, for some period of time, that it was well known within the Department of Defense while he was in government that those sales took place. And I take it it's your answer that although people within the department knew it, you didn't.
Well, there certainly was a lot of talk of it, Senator. There were a lot of statements made. There were a lot of reports. I did not know of anything specifically of my own knowledge, and I thought I should be careful to delineate that here. But there certainly were a lot of reports and a lot of statements made, and I think this statement at the meeting of November that you're talking about was, again, something that was said from the point of view that they did have, and it was known that the Israelis had relationships with the Iranians, and that they had their own agenda, so to speak, as Mr. Schultz put it.
On April 25th, 1987, you had an interview, a meeting with John Saxon of the committee staff. And in that meeting, you told him that it was very difficult dealing with the Israelis because their defense was often that someone in the United States government had told them it was okay to do something, and you said they were always saying something like Al Haig said it was okay.
Yes.
Now that refers to arms sales also, does it not?
Yes, that was quite a long time ago, but that was a claim that they frequently made.
So you had had some discussions about it before, even if you didn't know about it personally?
Well, of these reports, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I can't help but close, and I know we're not making closing statements, but I can't help but close these hearings upon a note that for me at least takes a somewhat different view than that of others with respect to these hearings. And that is, it's a difficult and dangerous world in which we live, and I'm not sure that the public is best informed by telling everything that we know, nor that U.S. policy is best served by an absolute revelation of the innermost negotiations of our government. I am reminded of a line that appeared in a play that I saw in New York a number of years ago, and it referred to a different subject matter than the one we're talking about here today, but I'll never forget the line, and it may apply to this one too. A playwright was being questioned with respect to some of the material kept in the play that the person protesting this line did not like, and it dealt with some rather intimate sexual behavior. And the playwright's response in that play, Butterflies Are Free, said, well, that's life, and therefore it should be reported. And the response was, so is diarrhea, but I don't know how to make it entertaining. And I think you can apply that to these proceedings and many others like it, that diarrhea may be a part of life and that this may be a part of our government, but it hardly serves U.S. interests well to reveal it in such intimate and gruesome detail. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On that note of intimacy, Mr. Secretary, we have now come to a close as far as the questions are concerned, but if you can bear with us for just 2 minutes, we have a ritual we will have to go through. We will be holding sessions to receive the testimony of intelligence agency witnesses on classified matters. Pursuant to the rules of the United States Senate, I now offer a motion to the Senate Select Committee that these hearings, when they are reconvened tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 2172 of the Rayburn Building, that they be closed due to the sensitive nature of this subject.
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I will entertain a motion from the ranking minority member regarding conducting these hearings in closed sessions.
Mr. Chairman, due to the sensitive nature of the material to be discussed, I move the committee meet in executive session.
We have before us Senate and House motions to close the hearings. Any discussion? Hearing none. The question for the senators is on the motion to close the hearings, and after that, the House committee will decide its motion. Clerk will call a roll.
Mr. Mitchell? Aye. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Sarbanes?
Aye.
Mr. McClure?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen? Aye. Mr. Tribble? Mr. Rudman?
Aye.
Mr. Inouye?
Aye.
The vote is 8 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion is carried.
And the question before the House committee is on the motion to close the hearings. The clerk will call a roll.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Purcell? Mr. Foley? Mr. Rodino? Mr. Brooks? Aye. Mr. Stokes? Aye. Mr. Aspen? Aye. Mr. Boland? Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Cheney?
Aye.
Mr. Broomfield? Aye. Mr. Hyde? Aye. Mr. Porter? Aye. Mr. McCollum? Aye. Mr. DeWine? Aye. The ayes are 11 and noes are 0.
And the motion is carried.
Chairman, may I vote on that?
By unanimous consent, the vote of Mr. Rodino is recognized,
Votes aye.
and the motion is carried.
Mr. Secretary, you have been patient with us. You have been extremely candid, and you have been extremely helpful to us in our investigation. For that, in behalf of the Joint Committee, I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator.
We will now stand in recess for 10 minutes. The hearing will please come to order. On May the 5th, we began our hearings, and we are now at the point that all of us have been looking forward to. And to commemorate this occasion, I now call upon my colleague from the House, Congressman Richard Cheney.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin today by expressing my pleasure and gratitude at having served on this select committee as the ranking member with my colleague Warren Rudman from New Hampshire and our two chairmen, Mr. Hamilton and Senator Inouye. In a sense, this was a historic occasion, simply being able to merge the two select committees into a single investigation. And the success of the endeavor belongs in large part to our two chairmen, who I think have done an outstanding job. While there are obviously major differences within the committee over facts and over the significance of those facts and the wisdom of various policies, always from a procedural standpoint, we've been treated extremely fairly, and the two chairmen have operated in an impartial and bipartisan manner throughout. I also want to say a word of thanks to my colleagues from the House side, on the Republican side of the aisle, Henry Hyde, Bill Broomfield, Jim Corder, Bill McCullum, and Mike DeWine. We've often felt outnumbered but never subdued during the course of these debates, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a couple of quick points I would like to make in closing. Questions have been raised about why we had these committees established. I think it was preordained that there would be such an investigation once it became clear the administration was trading arms to Iran. Congress clearly has a legitimate role of oversight in reviewing the conduct of foreign policy by the administration, and the President himself supported these activities and encouraged us to form these select committees. I also think it's important that credit be given to the President. He's given his complete cooperation and support to our investigation throughout. He's provided administration witnesses without ever claiming executive privilege, provided thousands of pages of documents, classified and unclassified, provided access to his own personal diary, and given these committees and the nation an in-depth look at some of the most sensitive and excruciatingly painful events of his administration. I think it's also important to point out that once President Reagan understood the serious nature of the problems associated with these events, he moved boldly and decisively to make corrections. He reassigned the responsible individuals, created the new NSC staff under the able leadership of Frank Carlucci and General Powell, brought in a new White House Chief of Staff, a new director of the CIA, appointed the Tower Commission, cooperated with the Commission's investigation and took their criticisms to heart, supported the call for an independent counsel, and, of course, gave his complete cooperation to these committees. It takes a strong, confident leader to subject himself and his administration to the very thorough nature of this congressional investigation. And we are here today concluding the public phase of our hearings on time, in large part because of the cooperation of the President and his administration. President Reagan has enjoyed many successes during his more than 6 years in office. Clearly, this was not one of them. As the President himself has said, mistakes were made. Mistakes in selling arms to Iran, allowing the transaction to become focused on releasing American hostages, diverting funds from the arms sale to support for the Contras, misleading the Congress about the extent of NSC staff involvement with the Contras, delaying notification of anyone in Congress of the transactions until after the story broke in Lebanese newspapers, and tolerating a decision-making process within the upper reaches of the administration that lacked integrity and accountability for key elements of the process. But there are some mitigating factors, factors which, while they don't justify administration mistakes, go a long way to helping explain and make them understandable. The need, still evident today, to find some way to alter our current relationships with Iran. The President's compassionate concern over the fate of Americans held hostage in Lebanon, especially the fate of Mr. William Buckley, our CIA station chief in Beirut. The vital importance of keeping the Nicaraguan democratic resistance alive until Congress could reverse itself and repeal the Boland Amendment. The fact that for the President and most of his key advisors, these events did not loom as large at the time they occurred as they do now. Congressional vacillation and uncertainty about our policies in Central America, And finally, a congressional track record of leaks of sensitive information sufficient to worry even the most apologetic advocate of an expansive role for the Congress in foreign policy making. It's also, I think, important to point out what these hearings did not show. There is no evidence that the President had any knowledge of the diversion of profits from the arms sale to the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance. In fact, all of the evidence indicates that he had no knowledge whatsoever of the diversion. There is also no evidence of any effort by the President or his senior advisors to cover up these events. On the contrary, the evidence clearly shows that the President and the Attorney General were the ones primarily responsible for bringing these events and matters to the attention of the nation. In other words, these hearings have demonstrated conclusively, in my opinion, that the President has indeed been telling the truth. What does it all mean? What does it signify? These events have been characterized by some pretty strong statements by my colleagues on the committees and by some in the press over the past 8 months. We've heard talk of a grave constitutional crisis, listened to expressions of moral indignation and outrage, and even been treated to talk about a coup in the White House, a junta run by a lieutenant colonel and an admiral. My own personal view is that there has been far too much apocalyptic rhetoric about these events, most of it unjustified. If there ever was a crisis, which I doubt, it ended before these committees were established. And to the extent that corrective action was required, the President took it unilaterally before our committees had taken a single word of public testimony. Saying that the investigators have sometimes gotten carried away in an effort to outdo one another's colorful phrase-making in no way justifies the mistakes that were made. But what's required here, it seems to me, is a little calm, dispassionate analysis if we're going to learn from our study of these events. In some respects, what we've uncovered in the course of these hearings is just the latest chapter in an unfinished book about the conduct of U.S. foreign policy. The struggle between the President and the Congress for control over policy making and implementation continues unabated. Nor should we be surprised that Secretaries of State and NSC advisors find themselves at odds over the wisdom of various policies and engage in intense competition for the ear of the President. Many of the substantive issues involved in the Iran-Contra affair have challenged previous presidents and are bound to arise again in future administrations. Thomas Jefferson had to cope with the problem of Americans held hostage overseas, and certainly Ronald Reagan's successor will confront the problem of Soviet efforts to expand their empire by military means through the use of surrogates in Third World conflict. As these committees finish the fact-finding phase of our inquiry, the focus must now shift to the search for ways to improve our government's capability and performance in the conduct of foreign policy. In the final analysis, an effective foreign policy needs cooperation and commitment from both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. These hearings have concentrated on the executive end of the avenue. It's always easier to examine someone else's mistakes. But the executive's problems are fairly easy to correct in principle. Indeed, the President has already taken a number of steps to guard against the kinds of actions that got him into trouble in the first place. I would urge my colleagues to resist the temptation to enact new legislation designed to guarantee that no future president makes the mistakes that Ronald Reagan made in this instance. In my opinion, there's no justification for further restrictions on the power and flexibility of future presidents. And I'm pleased to note that Chairman Hamilton's statement this weekend indicates that he, too, does not believe additional legislation is required. Congress's problems, on the other hand, will be harder to correct because they have to do with institutional proclivities rather than individual people. Let me touch on just two of them. I'm personally persuaded that the difficulties we've investigated here could have been avoided if the President had vetoed the Boland Amendment in 1984. But that was an option only if the President was prepared to shut down the entire federal government, since the Boland Amendment was part of that year's continuing resolution. Making significant changes in foreign policy by adding amendments to continuing resolutions has become a fairly common practice in recent years. We've seen it on everything from Central American policy to mandating compliance with unratified arms control agreements. The effect of this practice is to, first of all, obscure the significance of certain foreign policy issues. Secondly, to deny the President the opportunity to use his veto effectively. And third, to allow a simple majority of the Congress to reverse the president on important policy matters without having to muster the two-thirds vote that was envisioned in the Constitution. This pernicious practice contributes significantly to the lack of stability and predictability in our foreign policy. A second major institutional problem confronting the Congress is our inability to safeguard classified information. The fact that the executive branch also leaks is no justification for Congress ignoring its own problems in this area. The fact is that nearly all sensitive information is generated in and controlled by the executive branch. Those of us in the legislative branch can pass statutes spelling out reporting requirements, but in the final analysis, the willingness of administration officials to share highly classified information is directly related to their confidence that we can keep a confidence. Our track record in this area is not impressive. There are almost no recorded incidents of Congress disciplining its members for leaking classified information. In my opinion, a congressman or senator who would divulge classified information to someone not authorized to receive it dishonors the Congress just as much as a member who would accept a bribe or sell his vote. Discipline ought to be swift and appropriate. Unfortunately, as a body, we are not yet very good at disciplining our colleagues. I am personally persuaded that Mr. Hyde's recommendation for the establishment of a small joint intelligence committee would significantly improve our ability to safeguard the nation's secrets. I hope it will be considered by this committee as we prepare our final report. Clearly, there's plenty of work to be done if Congress is going to equip itself to play a constructive role in the conduct of U.S. foreign policy in the years ahead. And I fervently hope that future presidents will take away from these hearings one important lesson: that no foreign policy can be effective for long without the wholehearted support of the Congress and the American people. It is often easier to develop a policy to be pursued overseas than it is to muster the political support here at home to sustain it. Covert action has its place in the kind of world we live in, but it is no substitute for the kind of effective political leadership that brings around a recalcitrant Congress and persuades the American people of the importance of supporting those who share our faith in democracy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm honored and pleased to recognize the Vice Chairman of the Senate Select Committee, Senator Warren Rudman.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Hamilton, at the outset I should note that I believe that this statement fairly represents the views of the Republican members of the Senate committee. Mr. Chairman, when we embarked on these hearings on May 5th, we had a goal: to find out exactly what happened and to present that in an intelligible manner. We wanted to determine how a policy of selling arms to Iran was conceived, approved, and implemented, contrary to the stated public foreign policy of the United States. We wanted to know about the diversion of proceeds from those sales to the Contras, who initiated it, who approved it, who knew about it, the extent to which the diversion was proper, and what happened to the money. We wanted to know about other efforts by the United States government officials to assist the Nicaraguan Democratic Forces when the Bowen Amendment were in effect, and the extent to which those activities were properly authorized and in compliance with the law. To the extent things had gone wrong, we wanted to learn why. Was it the people or the process? The purpose of these hearings has not been to cast blame or point fingers. It has been to learn from our mistakes by examining them in the open daylight, to hold them under the magnifying eye of television so that we can see where the executive branch and the Congress went wrong, and to make such recommendations for change, if any, in federal law or the foreign policy process to ensure that we never face an episode like this again. And since it is impossible to write laws against all human frailty, our purpose of these hearings has been to educate the American people, especially the future leaders of our great country, to dispute the observation that the only thing we learn from history is that we learn nothing, so that they might learn from the mistakes of others and avoid some of the pitfalls that face those who are in power. To accomplish this goal, the Senate and House Select Committees have taken on an unprecedented task. We have reviewed more than 250,000 pages of documents. We have interviewed nearly 500 people. When we conclude this week, we will have had 38 days of public testimony and 3 or 4 days of closed testimony encompassing 32 witnesses. To do this job properly, we needed, and I will emphasize this, received the total cooperation of the President. The President gave us access to the most sensitive documents in the possession of his administration, including minutes from the National Security Council meetings, internal White House decision memoranda, and even drafts of documents that never had official status. The President allowed us to review his personal diaries. The President waived all claims of executive privilege, which could have been legitimately asserted at many times. And he instructed all federal agencies to cooperate, which they did. Neither I nor any of my colleagues are ready at this point to definitively state all of our factual conclusions, much less our policy recommendations. Speaking for myself, I am going to need the month of August to review, digest, and reflect on the massive information we have collected. However, there are some things that stand out after these weeks of testimony. The policy of selling arms to Iran was duly authorized by President Reagan and in the main legally implemented. Whether it was in reality arms for hostages or whether that is just the common perception will never be conclusively determined, but I suspect there is unanimous agreement on the Senate committee that it was an act of folly as a means of reestablishing relations with Iran. The testimony of both Admiral Poindexter and Attorney General Meese established that the legal route used for the transactions was agreed to by the President and the Attorney General exclusively to avoid having to notify the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, or in the alternative, the House and Senate leadership. Although the presidential finding authorized the operation and gave control over it to the CIA, operational control was in fact at the NSC in the person of Colonel North, who reported fully to Admiral Poindexter. While one can debate whether other agencies undertook sufficient effort to review the operation, it is clear that Admiral Poindexter attempted to deny the State Department, the Defense Department, and White House staff the information necessary to enable them to engage in a review. The diversion of funds to the Contras would not have been possible but for the mechanism chosen to conduct the Iranian arms sales. According to the direct evidence, the diversion of funds was not authorized by or known to President Reagan. I am firmly convinced that statement is unequivocally correct, having reviewed the entire documentary record, including the President's own personal diaries, to which we were given access in an extraordinary and unprecedented decision. The only United States officials who knew of the diversion were Admiral Poindexter, Colonel North, Colonel Earl, and possibly Director Casey. In addition, Mr. McFarland learned of the diversion in May of 1986, but he was only informed of it in passing and had no reason to assume it was not properly authorized and was not involved in it. The diversion of funds was not only improper, but it failed to provide any meaningful assistance to the Contras. Although the amount paid to General Secord's enterprise exceeded the cost of the weapons and related expenses by $16.34 million, only $3.5 million ever found its way to the Democratic resistance. This fact came as a total surprise to Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter is interesting and perhaps reveals their naivete in using private enterprise to conduct foreign policy initiative. With the exception of Admiral Poindexter, every high-level U.S. official who testified stated that Admiral Poindexter did not have the authority to approve the diversion, that the diversion was improper and possibly illegal, and that the President would not have approved of the diversion had he been consulted. These officials are Secretary Shultz, Secretary Weinberger, former Chief of Staff Regan, and Attorney General Meese. Other covert operations run out of the National Security Council, specifically certain other Contra support activities of Colonel North and the hostage release effort involving the DEA, were not approved by the President. This gives every appearance of violating President Reagan's orders to his own administration under Executive Order 12333 and National Security Decision Directive 159, and in the case of the Contra support activities, may have been illegal on other grounds. The same 4 officials mentioned above testified that the National Security Council staff should not be conducting covert operations. That point is well taken, inasmuch as the primary role of the National Security Council is to analyze and coordinate policy. The CIA has recognized the dangers of mixing intelligence analysis and operational activities for years, and has gone to great lengths to separate the two. This is further buttressed by the one-sided analyses prepared for the President by Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter when they bothered to consult him in these matters, in which they were exercising operational control. Inadequate control was exercised over these covert operations run out of the NSC. This may be a result of the fact that neither Admiral Poindexter nor Colonel North had any covert operations experience whatsoever prior to their time at the NSC, or it may be the result of a single-minded pursuit of goals they thought justified virtually by any means. One aberration found in this set of events is that private parties were involved in the making of foreign policy, as distinguished from being hired as agents to carry out a task which assists in the implementation of policy. For example, there were instances where Mr. Hakim and General Secord were apparently negotiating with foreign officials on behalf of the United States, where the outcome of the talks might make a tremendous difference to their own financial well-being. The results speak for themselves. NSC staff attempted to cover up all records of their questionable activities when the possibility of exposure arose. That cover-up accelerated when the Attorney General undertook his fact-finding inquiry at the behest of the President. The cover-up included shredding of official documents, lying to the Attorney General and his representatives, and withholding information from the President. The allegation that the Attorney General was himself involved in the cover-up is unfair and, in my view, false. Although some of us have been strongly critical of some of the Attorney General's actions during the course of his inquiry, it was the Attorney General and his staff who initially uncovered some of the facts of the wrongdoing and exposed them. Certain NSC staff showed total disrespect for the laws of the United States and our system of government, in effect adopting a position that the end justifies the means. Admiral Poindexter made major decisions without consulting the President, misled or lied to cabinet officers and the Congress, congratulated Colonel North for lying to Congress, and shredded official government documents, including those reflecting presidential decisions. Colonel North lied to Congress and the Attorney General, shredded government documents, thereby frustrating a fact-finding inquiry undertaken at the specific request of the President, and engaged in a number of questionable activities, admittedly with a superior's approval. He may have accepted a gift from a private individual knowing that it was illegal, albeit for understandable motives, and saw nothing wrong with commingling official and personal funds. On this last point, while Colonel North persuasively testified that he gained no personal benefit from the commingling, he destroyed the only records which would corroborate that. Both of them flouted virtually every standard operating procedure that exists within the national security establishment for the development of government policy. These actions and the attitudes they represent are antithetical to our democratic system of government. They cannot be justified by passion, patriotism, appropriate concern over the expansion of communism in Central America, or a legitimate dismay over the policies enacted by the Congress. Good news also came out of this investigation. With the exception of those involved in the diversion, all government officials we heard from understand how our government is supposed to work and are dedicated to rebuilding the trust between the branches. To the extent mistakes were made by them, they were errors in judgment. Errors in judgment, while regrettable, are not a threat to the core fabric of our political system. Infallibility is not yet a trait found among mankind, including, of course, those of us serving in Congress. This investigation of the two committees has been conducted in a remarkably fair and bipartisan fashion. The senators on the Senate Select Committee have devoted them immense amounts of time, not only attending virtually every minute of these hearings, but devoting at least as much time again in preparation for the hearings, in reviewing classified material, and in attendance at depositions and meetings of the committee. Each senator thoroughly familiarized himself with a mass of information gathered. Each senator participated actively in the hearings, asked excellent questions, and contributed to our work. They have earned the trust placed in them by their constituents. I want to thank Chairman Hamilton, Chairman Inouye, and Representative Cheney. The bipartisan, thorough, fair, and expeditious nature of this investigation is due in large part to their efforts. Over the next month, we will be reviewing the record developed by these hearings and discussing recommendations for the future. These recommendations should not only deal with changes in the process of the executive branch. It is also important for the committee to look at the way in which Congress is involved in the foreign policy process and to make recommendations to improve relations between Congress and the executive branch. I look forward to a bipartisan report which will reflect the views of all of us. I would like to close these remarks with a few comments that are strictly my own. The Tower Board essentially concluded that the problem in this so-called Iran-Contra affair was that the normal processes had been ignored, and that is largely true. What the Tower Board missed, however, and this is through no fault of theirs, since they lacked immunity power, subpoena authority, staff, and time, was the extent to which power was abused by a very small group of individuals. Senator Nunn opened these hearings with the remark, and I quote him, that we cannot promote democracy abroad by undermining it at home. That is what these individuals did, and in my view, it is the most important revelation of these hearings. This abuse of power is dangerous to and fundamentally unacceptable in our constitutional system of government. And the most important message that must come out of these hearings is that there is no room for such behavior in this country. There are many different perspectives represented on this committee, yet I have to hear anyone defend the diversion and the way it came about. The administration obviously shares that view. The Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the former White House Chief of Staff all condemned the diversion. No matter how well-intentioned the actions were, the officials responsible did a great disservice to our President and the country that they had sworn to serve. The philosopher Nietzsche said, "Democratic contrivances are quarantine measures against that ancient plague, the lust for power. As such, they are very necessary and very boring." When those safeguards are abused, as they were in this instance, it threatens the liberty of us all. There is no place for that kind of behavior or even the attitude it represents among high officials in our government. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you very much. It is now my high privilege and great honor to call upon my distinguished colleague from the House, the gentleman from Indiana, the chairman of the House Select Committee, Chairman Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Chairman Inouye. We are now at the end of one phase of this inquiry, but the work of the select committees will continue. We will take additional depositions. We will hold closed hearings. Further public hearings are possible if new evidence warrants them, and the committees, of course, must also write the report. Nonetheless, this is an appropriate time to pause and assess where we stand. What we have heard, as many have suggested, has been depressing, but for me at least, the process has been refreshing. And it's been refreshing in two respects. First, I view these hearings and other investigations of these events as an essential part of the self-cleansing process of our system of government. Because of them, we know better what happened and what mistakes were made.
we can see more clearly what needs to be done to make our system work better. And as a result of these inquiries, the process of restoring our institutions is already well advanced. Second, I believe these hearings have contributed not only to the public's understanding of these events, but also the public's education on our Constitution and system of government. And this, too, strengthens the government. The committees have heard about 240 hours of testimony over the last 11 weeks from over 30 witnesses. They've examined well over 200,000 documents. Several themes emerge. There was too little accountability for decisions and actions taken in the name of elected officials. There was too much secrecy and deception in government. Information was withheld from the Congress, other officials, friends and allies, and from the American people. Information provided was misleading and evasive. Critical decisions were taken by a handful of people. The Congress and responsible officials, even the President, were cut out of the process. There was too little regard for the rule of law. False statements to the Congress are violations of law, as the Attorney General reminded us. Key decisions were made and carried out without written legal analysis and without written notice to the Congress, as the law requires. There was too much reliance on private citizens, foreign nationals, and foreign governments to execute American policy, which contributed to policy failure. There was too much use of covert actions, which contradicted public policies, and too little accountability for covert actions. There was too much confusion at the highest levels of government. In the words of the Attorney General, quote, "There appeared to be considerable confusion as to what occurred when," end of quote. The President did not know what his own staff was doing, and staff did not keep senior officials informed. Policies were often contradictory. These hearings have been about how the United States governs itself, and particularly how it runs its foreign policy. For this inquiry, the key question now is how we make our system of government work better. The conduct of foreign policy in a democracy is difficult because the Constitution gives important powers to the President and the Congress. The scholar Edwin Corrin said the Constitution is an invitation to struggle for the privilege of directing American foreign policy. The Congress is a check on the executive, but also a partner. The Congress is sometimes a critic, yet its support is essential if policies are to succeed. The Congress sometimes has divisive foreign policy debates, but when debate ends, the country needs decisiveness and unity. Some believe that a decision-making process that calls for shared powers and public debate just will not work in a dangerous world. They argue that sometimes bypassing normal checks and balances through procedural shortcuts and secrecy are necessary to protect our freedoms. They argue that the President and those who work for him must be given near total power. Their views have been stated here with great force and eloquence. But these hearings make another point. Shortcuts in the democratic process and excessive secrecy in the conduct of government are a sure road to policy failure. These hearings show us that policies formed under democratic scrutiny are better and wiser than policies formed without it. Policies formed by shortcuts and excessive secrecy undermine a president's ability to make informed decisions, lead to confusion in his administration, and deny him the opportunity to gain and sustain congressional and public support for his policies. Shortcuts that bypass the checks and balances of the system and excessive secrecy by those who serve the President do not strengthen him. They weaken him and our constitutional system. Properly conceived, the Constitution is not a burden in the making of policy, but a source of strength because it specifies a process for making policy through informed consent. In its joint report, the committee should focus on several areas. First, accountability. Greater accountability to elected officials and ultimately to the American people will require rigorous oversight by the Congress, more openness and less secrecy, more consultation, a more thorough review of legal review, better record keeping, use of appropriated funds rather than private or third country donations to carry out policy, supervision and acceptance of responsibility up the chain of command, and decision-making by elected officials rather than staff. Second, intelligence analysis should be separated from policy formulation. Substantial testimony before these committees shows great confusion between intelligence and policy functions. Questionable intelligence was used to bolster poor decisions. Good intelligence is essential to good foreign policy, but intelligence should drive policy, not vice versa. Too often, intelligence is seen as a tool to make policy look good, rather than a tool for making good policy. Covert actions, which are not really intelligence operations, can be an important instrument of foreign policy. These hearings show that we must reassess how we conduct them. To be effective, covert actions must be based on statutory authority, including a written finding and notice to the Congress. They must meet a standard of accountability, including legal review by the Attorney General and policy review by the Secretaries of State and Defense. They must be determined by an intelligence assessment based on facts, not on preconceived notions of policymaking. They must be used to supplement policy, not to become the policy itself, and they must meet a standard of acceptability. That standard includes consistency with public policies and a reasonable assurance that the American people would support a covert action if they knew about it. Third, the President and the Congress need to exhibit a greater sensitivity to their respective roles. The President is the preeminent foreign policy maker. Only he can make the hard decisions. The buck does not stop anywhere else. The President's decisions must be clean and crisp. Otherwise, as we have seen in these hearings, confusion follows, and those who work for him cannot carry out his policies successfully. The President must understand that our system works better if he engages in consultation before, not after, policy has been formulated. The Congress also needs to get its house in order. It must strengthen its ability to protect secrets. It must show a willingness to engage in consultation, avoid interference in day-to-day policy implementation, and take its share of responsibility for shared decisions on tough issues. The Congress must strike a balance between responsible criticism and necessary cooperation with the President. Fourth, the Constitution and the rule of law work if we make them work. They are not self-executing. We must strengthen our allegiance to the concept that this is a nation of laws and of checks and balances. The solution to the problems of decision-making revealed in these hearings lies less in new structures or new laws than in proper attitudes. Secretary Shultz reminded us that trust is the coin of the realm. he insisted on honesty in public life. Without trust in those who hold office, democratic government is not possible. Sometimes that trust is misplaced and the system falters. But to reject the system because it occasionally falters and to rely instead on shortcuts and excessive secrecy, as was done in the events that these committees have examined, is a prescription for disaster. A deep respect for the shared powers of the Congress and the President is the predicate for making the Constitution work. President John Adams said, quote, "A legislative, an executive, and a judicial power comprehend the whole of what is meant and understood by government. It is by balancing each of these powers against the other two that the efforts in human nature towards tyranny can alone be checked and restrained, and any degree of freedom preserved in the Constitution." End of quote. The separation of powers produces a healthy and a creative tension. We believe, and these hearings teach us again, that through the process of open and democratic debate, better and stronger policies emerge. The democratic process is often time-consuming and frustrating. It is never tidy and precise. But we believe there is no better way. The alternatives are unacceptable. The Constitution and the rule of law work if we understand them and if those in public life practice prudence, discretion, and honesty. As this public phase of these hearings draws to a close, may I join my colleagues in expressing appreciation to several people. First, to the able staffs of the select committees, led by John Niels and Casey Miller in the House, and by Arthur Lyman and Mary Jane Checkey in the Senate. They have performed with great skill and under difficult conditions. They have worked around the clock for months in order to meet the demands of the members and the timetables of these proceedings. Second, to my colleagues on these committees. They are all very busy members, but their participation has been sustained, their questions and their comments have been excellent. Their efforts have brought distinction to these committees and to the Congress. Their remarkable contributions have assured the success of these hearings. And third, of course, to Senators Inouye and Rudman and Representative Cheney. They deserve great praise. It's been a pleasure and a high privilege for me to work with them throughout these long weeks. And to them, and especially to you, Chairman Inouye, I extend my deepest appreciation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the public phase of our hearings is now over, but as noted by Chairman Hamilton, our work is far from complete. It may interest you to know that we have concluded our hearings in 41 days of testimony, which includes 1 day of executive session, and this was in accordance with our original schedule. It may also interest you to know that in the Watergate hearings, they consumed 53 days of open hearings, 81 days of executive session, a total of 134 days as compared to our 41. While there have been differences of opinion expressed by members from time to time, I will always look back upon these hearings as a model of how members of both houses can work together on sensitive foreign policy issues in a bipartisan spirit. And like Chairman Hamilton, I wish to applaud each member of both committees for his contribution to the success of this unique joint effort. It was a very historic effort. my vice chairman and partner, Senator Rudman, and Chairman Hamilton and his ranking minority member, Mr. Cheney, deserve special recognition for their role in ensuring that these hearings would not deviate from their high purpose. I also wish to thank the committee staff. Arthur Lyman, without him, I don't know what history would have written about these hearings. Mark Belnick, Paul Barbadoro, Mary Jane Ketchy, Lance Morgan. There are two others I'd like to acknowledge. One is Joni Angeles, and last but not least, Peter Simon. When these hearings began 3 months ago, I stated that we would examine what happens when the trust, which is the bond between the branches of our government, is breached by high officials. I promised that we would address the following questions. First, were the statutory restrictions on United States aid to the Contras violated? Second, was Congress misled? Third, were the executive branch's own internal checks and balances bypassed in policy decisions on Nicaragua and Iran? Fourth, was there a public foreign policy, and simultaneously was there a very different covert foreign policy? Fifth, was American foreign policy privatized? And sixth, were decisions on the most significant matters of national security driven or influenced by private profit motives? We have kept our promise in examining these questions. The story has now been told. Speaking for myself, I see it as a chilling story, a story of deceit and duplicity and the arrogant disregard of the rule of law. It is a story of withholding vital information from the American people, from the Congress, from the Secretary of State, from the Secretary of Defense, and according to Admiral Poindexter's testimony, from the President himself. It is also a story of a flawed policy kept alive by a secret White House junta despite repeated warnings and signs of failure, with concession filed upon concession, culminating even in a promise to help secure the release of the imprisoned Daiwa terrorists who bombed the United States Embassy in Kuwait. It is a story of the National Security Council staff becoming a dominant organ of foreign policy and shutting out those who disagreed with its views. It is a story of how a great nation betrayed the principles which have made it great and thereby became hostage to hostage takers. And sadly, once the unsound policies began to unravel, it became a story of a cover-up, of shredding and altering of the historical record, and of a fall guy plan suitable for a grade B movie, not a great power. Whatever the motives of some of the participants, I can only echo the reaction of Chairman Fasell upon hearing this story of self-proclaimed patriotism. How come I don't feel good? I believe we have largely succeeded in piecing together the incredible chapters of this chilling story and presenting to our fellow citizens a chronology of events as they occurred. However, we may never know with precision and truth why it ever happened. Did this unseemly chapter in our history result from the disregard of our laws and Constitution by well-intentioned, patriotic zealots who believed in the doctrine espoused by Marxists that the ends justify the means? Or are we here today because of the inadequacy of our laws and our Constitution? Should they be clarified, amended, or repealed? Or is this the result of an inadequacy in our national leadership? Obviously, these hearings have been about issues much more profound than who did what or knew what in the Iran-Contra affair. They have presented two visions of government, much as the Constitutional Convention was presented with different views of the relationship between government and its citizens 200 years ago. One vision was described in the testimony of Admiral Poindexter, Lieutenant Colonel North, General Secord, and Mr. Hakim, that of a secret government directed principally by NSC staffers, accountable to not a single elected official, including apparently the President himself. A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself. It is an elitist vision of government that trusts no one, not the people, not the Congress, and not the cabinet. It is a vision of a government operated by persons convinced they have a monopoly on truth. Albert Hakim, a businessman who admitted he was in it for the money, could boast to us that he was more competent to manage the Iran initiative than the Secretary of State. Richard Secord could tell us he was more capable of running intelligence activities than the CIA. Oliver North could describe with enthusiasm Director Casey's plan for a private off-the-shelf organization that would conduct covert operations forbidden to the CIA with funds generated from the sale of U.S. arms. John Poindexter could say that this all sounded like a good idea, maintained that Congress had no meaningful role in foreign policy, and act secure in the belief that the President would have approved the diversion of funds. I believe these hearings will be remembered longest, not for the facts they elicited, but for the extraordinary and extraordinarily frightening views of government they exposed. Fortunately, our hearings were able to present another vision of government, one that is accountable to the people, a legitimate, not secret government in which trust is the coin of the realm, as Secretary of State George Shultz said. This is the balanced government that our founding fathers contemplated in our Constitution. In describing their motives for riding roughshod over the constitutional restraints built into our form of government, Admiral Poindexter and Lieutenant Colonel North used almost the identical words. "This is a dangerous world," they said. That, my fellow citizens, is an excuse for autocracy, not for policy. Because no times were more dangerous than when our country was born, when revolution was our midwife. Our system of government has withstood the tests and tensions of civil conflict, depression, and 2 world wars, times hardly less challenging than our own present. Indeed, as our greatest military leaders such as Washington, Marshall, and Eisenhower have recognized, our form of government is what gives us strength. It must be safeguarded, particularly when times are dangerous and the temptation to arrogate power is the greatest. Vigilance abroad does not require us to abandon our ideals or rule of law at home. On the contrary, without our principles and without our ideals, we have little that is special or worthy to defend. History records that almost 200 years ago, in September of 1787, as the Constitutional Convention was finishing its business, a bystander asked Benjamin Franklin, "Well, doctor, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy?" And Dr. Franklin replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." By allowing the sunlight on this unseemly affair and by showing what happens when foreign policy is conceived and executed by cabal and not by lawful consensus, we have tried to make our contribution to keeping it. My fellow Americans, out of this experience, may we all better understand and appreciate our Constitution, strive harder to preserve it, and make a fresh start at restoring the trust between the branches of government. For in America, as 200 years ago, the people still rule. With that, these hearings stand recessed until further call.
Back on? guys that went today. Right. You guys now